you're anything like me, you've been seeing the word limerence all over social media for the past few months. And because I had no idea what it was, I had to do some research. The term limerence was coined by American psychologist Dorothy Tenov in the early 1970s, and she defined it in her 1979 book, Love and Limerence: The Experience of Being in Love. Tenov described limerence as an intense and involuntary state of mind characterized by an overwhelming desire for reciprocation from a specific person. Tenov developed the concept of limerence after interviewing over 500 people on the topic of love in the mid-1960s. She defined limerence as a state of profound longing, intrusive thoughts, and heightened emotional dependence on another person. In other words, it's love addiction. And I personally would even go as far as saying that limerence has more in common with a trauma bond than it does with being in love, or even having a crush on someone. And to give you more context, limerence is when we have an intense, almost instantaneous infatuation with someone else. And this extreme excitement or lust is exacerbated by our concern about whether or not they feel the same way about us. One example of limerence is when Michael from The Office falls in love or lust with the chair model. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but it's intense. He's completely obsessed with her, and he can't think of anything else for that entire episode, even though he doesn't know her, and she most definitely is not interested in him. Also, we find out she died in a car accident years before he knew of her existence, but that's a good example of kind of the experience that we're talking about here, that instantaneous, gotta have it obsession feeling. Limerence can be painful, involuntary.
Aspect of yourself.
And I've heard from many of you that you don't understand why you do it. So let's discuss the 5 causes of limerence, because in order for us to make any changes, we first have to understand it. Number 1 is childhood emotional neglect. Those of us who experienced emotional neglect in childhood may develop a heightened need for validation and affirmation in relationships because we don't really know how to get it or give it to ourselves. Limerence, which involves intense infatuation and a desire for reciprocation from the object of our affection, it can feel a lot like our childhood. And even though it wasn't ideal or healthy, it feels good and normal or natural, right? It can feel right that we have to chase them to be seen and fight for their attention. It's like the blueprint that our parents gave us for relationships makes limerence, or unrequited love, feel normal and good. Also, if we grew up feeling unimportant or unloved, we can develop elaborate fantasy worlds as a way to cope. We can make up all of these situations with our limerent object, imagining a wonderful relationship, perfect days or trips together, them telling us how much they love us. And this provides an escape from the realities of our emotional neglect and possibly our feelings of unworthiness. It's like we use limerence as a way to fill the void that our parents left, or at least to distract ourselves from it. Number 2, insecure attachment. Kind of building off of number 1, when we don't have a consistent or supportive parent growing up, we can struggle with attachment. And this can play out in our relationships. We can find ourselves on the more anxious attachment side of things, where we're afraid of being alone. We have an intense fear of rejection and don't think very highly of ourselves. That can easily play into limerence because if we don't really get to know someone, then they can't really reject us, right? And if we're constantly thinking about them, we can trick ourselves into not feeling so alone. This can also apply to those of us with avoidant attachment because our limerent object isn't interested in us. They can't ever get too close or expect any level of intimacy. It can feel safer to us because it won't require us to let anyone in, and we can go on idealizing them for as long as we want. And finally, because limerence means that we quickly become infatuated and there isn't any real intimacy with them, this also feels better for those of us with a disorganized attachment. We won't have to engage in any physical contact, let anyone comfort us or build trust. We can be infatuated, hyper-focus on them, and then move on when their mood shifts. Number 3, childhood trauma. This is the most common cause of limerence, and obviously could be a part of the 2 that we just discussed as well. But when our caregivers harm us, Instead of showing us love, support, and positive attention, we can spend much of adulthood searching for someone who can finally fill the void that they left. But due to our fear of being rejected or abused by someone again, we can struggle to cultivate healthy relationships. It can feel safer to love someone from afar. Not to mention that part of limerence can also be maladaptive daydreaming, which is a form of dissociation where we create a realistic daydream that we can spend time in instead of being in the present moment. When we're struggling with limerence, we can dream up all of these scenarios about our limerent object, and I can see this as being a way to numb out or ignore any pain we feel from our past trauma. We're using limerence or our obsession with someone else as a distraction from our current struggles. It's kind of like limerence is our go-to coping skill. Cause number 4 is obsessive compulsive disorder. Now, this cause was a surprise to me, but because limerence is characterized by obsessive thoughts about another person and can entail compulsive behaviors to try get their attention or affection, it's often undiagnosed OCD or part of someone's OCD symptoms. When we talk about OCD, a lot of the diagnostic criteria has to do with us obsessing about something, then doing compulsive behaviors as a way of dealing with the anxiety that the obsession built. And all of that takes up at least 1 hour or more each day. This can so easily occur with limerence because much of what we do is obsess about our limerent object. We idealize them and become completely preoccupied with our concern about whether or not the feelings are reciprocated. Then we can plan events to do with our limerent object or act in ways that will get us closer to them. This takes up a lot of our time and energy, and it's possible that it could be connected to our OCD. Number 5, borderline personality disorder or BPD. Because BPD is characterized by our intense fear of real or imagined abandonment, limerence can exacerbate those feelings. If we are infatuated with someone, thinking about them all day, every day, and dreaming about different scenarios or experiences we could have, it can start to ramp up our fear of abandonment. We can begin to think that the relationship and connection is real, and we can want to do everything we can to make sure that it doesn't end. Pair that with BPD symptoms of low self-esteem and impulsivity, you can start to see how BPD can amplify the feelings of limerence. We can long for a connection so badly, but fear being rejected or abandoned. So this kind of push-pull feeling we can get with BPD can easily be attributed to limerence as well. And when our limerence has run its course, you can see how that could connect easily with splitting behavior, where we think someone is all good or all bad. And that gives us the permission that we need to let go of this relationship that we realize wasn't real after all. Since limerence is a coping skill that we use to help soothe, it's important to know how to spot it. It might be something we've been doing our entire lives and not realize that it's harmful or our way of numbing out. Here are some of the most common symptoms of limerence. Every time you like someone, it feels intense and it happens really quickly. You daydream about them most of the time. You daydream about them more than you see them, if you see them at all. You overlook any red flags or signs of incompatibility. You obsess about them, reciprocating your feelings for them. You overlook their flaws, idealize them, and put them on a pedestal, believing they are perfect in every way. You obsessively look for any and all ways that you are similar to your limerent object. You believe that they can rescue you from all of your issues and problems. Your interest in them feels uncontrollable. You believe that you cannot live your life without them. If you really think about it, they don't know anything about you or don't show any signs of feeling the same way. Because limerence is often linked to trauma, our attachment or obsession with them can feel good at first, but quickly start feeling out of control, and it can begin to impair our ability to function in our life. Many of you have shared how silly it can feel afterwards, and some even expressed how re-traumatizing it was. So if we think that we're struggling with limerence, here are some ways that we can finally break free from it. Identifying limerence. Understanding limerence and how it shows up in your life so that you can quickly tell if that's what's going on and that's what you're experiencing. So go back to the symptoms that I just listed and be honest with yourself about whether or not what you're dealing with is in fact limerence. I know it can be painful. I know it can feel like rejection at first, but stick with it, because if we don't get better at identifying this, we can continue to get into non-reciprocal relationships over and over again. And I think we would all agree that that will cause us a lot more pain in the long run and can prevent us from ever having a loving and healthy relationship, which we all deserve. We can also heal from our past trauma. And this could mean that we need to get into therapy Maybe try out a different style of therapy like EMDR or somatic experiencing. The goal isn't to never think of our trauma again. The goal is to get us to a place where we aren't still acting today as if the trauma is still happening. Some other things that could help in this process are working on our attachment. And I have a workshop available on my website at katiemorton.com. It's all about attachment and how to build a secure one. Another way to approach this could be doing some inner child work. If we grew up without emotional support or consistent love, we could benefit from doing some inner child work. And I also have a workshop available on my website about that and tons of videos here as well. Another thing we can do is challenge our thoughts. Since much of limerence comes from us creating an imagined reality about that person, our relationship with them, and what it could become, we're going to have to be more conscious of our thoughts. We can do this by taking the time to check our facts about a relationship or situation, asking ourselves questions like, if someone else outside of my head saw what took place, what would they think? Would they agree with my assumptions, or is the evidence not there? We can also notice when we feel the urge to move quickly in a relationship or jump to intense daydreams about them. Can we notice them and label them as part of our limerence or our trauma response? Can we challenge ourselves to come up with a more balanced or healthy outlook? Maybe distract with something else. Another key piece here is going to be emotion regulation. Since much of our limerence urge can come from our past trauma, fear of being abandoned, and our fear of rejection, we will have to find ways to better manage our emotional response. And this doesn't mean that our emotions are bad, rather that we want to be able to decide which ones to engage with and which ones to let go. This is going to mean that we have to build up our resilience. And we can start doing that by taking care of our basic needs. Doing things like taking our medication as prescribed, taking a shower, eating regular balanced meals, drinking enough water, getting enough sleep. Doing these things will ensure we feel strong enough to manage the urges that can come along with limerence and have the space to decide how we want to act. This takes practice, and it's like building up a new muscle, so be patient with yourself as you work on this. And finally, get comfortable with slower paced relationships. This one's hard, but normal and healthy relationships do not move at the speed of light. We spend time together. There is shared interest and attraction. We slowly get to know each other and build trust. If the relationship is working, we grow closer and more intimate. However, if we struggle with limerence, this slow pace can feel boring, scary, and sometimes like rejection. But remember, if we're wanting to change our patterns in relationships, it's going to be uncomfortable at first. And you can always check your facts too, like recognizing that their slow response to us isn't them saying they don't like us. It's because they're at work. Or just because they can't see us tonight doesn't mean they don't want to see us again. We actually have plans with them this weekend. We're going to have to check in on this. Fight to be okay with the discomfort. And remember that real healthy relationships take some time to build. I hope you found this helpful. I know limerence can be incredibly uncomfortable and life-consuming, but with a little awareness and healing, we can go on to have healthy and happy relationships. If you think I left out any important causes or helpful tools, feel free to leave it in the comments below. Have a wonderful week, and I will see you next time.
Dear Lisa, I am a love addict and I am addicted to relationships. The last relationship I had almost killed me. I am watching your videos and I realized I am most likely in withdrawal. I have struggled with eating disorders in the past, but this seems so much harder. Any insights would be appreciated. So today we're going to be talking about relationship withdrawal, love addiction withdrawal, and why it is so difficult to heal from this type of an addiction. I have my own theory. I am somebody who I believe was a love addict. I believe that love addiction, like Pia Melody believes, is rooted in abandonment, the fear of abandonment. If you have a fear of abandonment, that means that you've been abandoned. Hello, you know what it feels like. If you have been bitten by a dog, you have a fear of dogs because the dog bit you and you have an experience of pain. And your brain is designed to avoid pain. And the brain is designed to remember painful events. Why? So you can avoid them in the future. The problem is that we are stuck focusing on the pain. We are stuck trying to avoid future painful events, and we're not operating consciously, so we really don't understand the mechanisms by which we're operating. And so when we come from homes where we have experienced abandonment, we become adults that have attachment issues. We attach to everything. In some cases, we attach to nothing, which is also very sad, obviously. But when we are people who are codependent and we have suffered from abandonment trauma and attachment trauma, that means that we haven't received this something that we needed. And this something that we needed, in my opinion, is rooted in our need to survive. So it's rooted in our innate survival mechanism. I am designed, and you are designed as tiny little infant human beings, as newborns, to come and to secure a healthy attachment. You come, this innocent little fragile newborn, completely dependent upon the people who have created you, right? And so you come into this world needing these people. Needing what? Needing to be fed, needing to be sheltered, needing to be, go to a doctor and be taken care of. But what will secure your ability long time to survive, really, which will enhance it, is being able to connect with others, right? And so when you come into this world and you experience abandonment, when you are born to a mother who for whatever reason cannot connect to you, when you are given up for adoption, when you are pushed around in foster care, when you are taken from your mother or taken from your family for any reason and separated from your family, especially, before the age of 1, where there has been this attachment break, when you are unable from the beginning, once you left your mother's womb. Remember, when you were in your mother's womb, everything was taken care of for you, even the temperature of the water that you were in, right? Everything was taken care of. You were fed, you were warm, everything was taken care of. Once you're born, you are now completely dependent on those outside of you. And so when those connections go awry, when your brain is sensing, things aren't the way they should be, when you go from being in a beautiful, peaceful experience of the womb, and let's face it, some of us were downloaded for dysfunction even before we left the womb, right? Studies are proving that our mother's state, vibrational state, mental state, emotional state, chemical state, biological state, psychological state affect us in the womb. Studies are proving that more and more. However, when you come from this womb experience and you leave the womb and you are completely dependent upon these people outside of you and they fail you for whatever reason, right? This isn't a pin the tail on the donkey video. This is like, can we just explain why it's so hard to recover from relationship addiction video? And the reason you're not crazy if you are finding it more difficult to heal from a relationship addiction than alcoholism, or you're finding it more difficult to heal from your relationship addiction than some other type, from a shopping addiction or whatever. Because in my opinion, this is the way I look at it, is that relationship addiction is tied to abandonment. And the deeper you have been abandoned, the more you will crave attachment. And so in line with all of that, when you've experienced abandonment, by the time that you're 3, and especially by the time that you're 5, by the time you've developed language, your little mind has already begun trying to understand and make sense of why mommy doesn't love me, or why daddy left me, or why mommy left me, or why is my older sister mean to me, or why is this house so cold, and why is this house so loud, and why doesn't anybody see me, why doesn't anybody love me? Most children assume it's their fault because they're subjective and they're not objective. And all children pretty much suffer Stockholm syndrome, meaning that, we love the people who abuse us. We don't know that it's them. We think it's us. And I think there's a default safety measure in that, as dysfunctional as it is. When a child assumes it's their fault, then on some level, the child also assumes that they're going to be able to fix it. So this offers the child a little bit of hope, I think, is that one day I'll fix it. But that one day I'll fix it, this fantasy that one day mommy's going to see me, that one day daddy's going to come home, or whatever the case may be, that fantasy thinking creates codependency. And what we do then is we don't recognize that below the veil of consciousness, we don't feel worthy and we feel guilty and we carry shame. So we have a brain that's in pain because of shame. And we don't realize that below the veil of consciousness, we have a narrative that's running, this tape that's running, I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough. And below that, we have these innate needs to bond with our tribe, or to bond, or to gain a secure attachment that was frustrated before we were turned a year old in a lot of cases. And so below the veil of consciousness, we have all these mechanisms, right? Pain versus pleasure. It is good to bond and it's bad to be alone, right? And so we run from the pain and we do what we think is going to bring us pleasure, which is bond. Now, when we are codependent and when we come from dysfunctional homes, what we don't realize is that we are seeking other people's approval. We want to feel validated. We want to gather this attachment. And oftentimes we end up becoming rescuers. We end up becoming fixers. And we think, I'm not worthy for you to love me, but if I fix you and take care of you, maybe you'll see worth in me. And this creates a dynamic. Now, when we are codependent, we end up rescuing people, seeking their validation, and we end up in poor relationships, right? I know people who are in codependent relationships, they're going to die in their codependent relationships. Okay, that's their comfort zone. I was somebody that once I realized that I was in a codependent relationship, I needed to get out. I wanted my ex-husband to take the journey with me. He refused, right? So guess what? In my humble opinion, he is right back in another codependent relationship. Okay, that's fine. That's his life and that's what he's going to do. I chose another life. But the reason it's so difficult to heal our addiction to other people is because we have suffered abandonment in childhood. And on top of that, when you suffer abandonment, you suffer shame. And when you suffer shame, you suffer from blame. You think it's your fault. And so you are wired to seek relationships. Very oftentimes you are doing nothing but recreating the patterns from childhood. So if your father was abusive, if your brother was abusive, if your mother was abusive, think about the person from your past that abused you the most and ask yourself, the people that I've dated in the past, have the people that I've dated or married, or maybe even my friends or coworkers, do they at all match or mimic the vibrations or the patterns of the people who have abused me in my past? Do I feel the same as a 50-plus-year-old female in this relationship as I did when I was 12 and dealing with my sister, or how I felt when I was, dealing with my mother and I was 6 or 7 or whatever? What you'll begin to notice is that childhood patterns are repeating themselves. We have to understand that life is holographic, that our patterns will repeat. The most wonderful thing, and I'm working on my 7th book, and hopefully the manuscript will be ready soon, but the most wonderful thing about being a human being is that you have consciousness, that once you see the pattern, you can change the pattern. That's when you need a lot of help, you need a lot of support, because the subconscious mind is always trying to pull you back into old patterns. The brain likes patterns. The brain likes the familiar. That too is going to make relationship withdrawal difficult, because every cell in your being is craving a connection with this other. And this person, this other, I think it's so interesting that if you look at the word other, or if you look at the word mother, you find the word other in the word mother. And so this other very oftentimes mirrors your mother, or the way you showed up in your relationship with your mother, or how your mother showed up in the relationship with you as a child. It's so interesting. And if you're a parent, that'll sock you right between the eyes when you start thinking about your relationship with your children. Trust me, let me tell you, eating humble pie plenty of times in my life. But relationship addiction is very difficult to withdraw from. Relationship withdrawal is difficult because of all of these reasons. But I feel that the more you know about why you feel the way you feel, the easier it is to become liberated from these ideas. So you're not crazy if you've suffered from other types of addiction, but relationship addictions got you good and it's hard for you to move forward. Absolutely, absolutely, because it's tied to your survival. It's tied to what's happening in terms of pain versus pleasure. All the things that I mentioned, this is why it's so difficult. My name is Lisa Romano. I'm the Breakthrough Life Coach and best-selling author, and I've created an online program that can help you and parents who are struggling with codependency, who do not want to reinforce this pattern in their own children's lives. Or if you're codependent and you keep attracting narcissistic others, or if you're a child from an alcoholic home, or if you're a child of narcissistic parents, I've created a 12-week breakthrough coaching program that can help you get to the bottom of it, help you heal yourself, and help you learn how to show up as your authentic self. Finally break through these patterns that have been keeping you stuck for so long. And if you'd like to listen to one of my books for free, you can do that. Just click one of the links below. Namaste, everybody. Until next time. Bye for now.
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to our channel. We wanted to let you know that each and every one of your comments, likes, and shares help support this channel in our goal to spread awareness about mental health and psychology. You help us make psychology and mental health more accessible to everyone. Thank you for your support. Now onto the video. Sweet, sweet love. At times, it seems we can't bear to be without it. Take it from my buddy Billy. He knows all about love, due to his crush on Becca. That first glance of her eyes, the accidental touch as she walked by in class, that beautiful trip they both took to the Bahamas last summer. Oh, wait, that last part wasn't real. In fact, it was all a fantasy, because my buddy Billy, he's suffering from the involuntary cognitive and emotional state, which is limerence. A love addiction so strong that he can't help but fantasize about long walks on the beach with his crush, romantic evening dates, and her simply saying the words, "I love you." To whom, you may ask? To him, to Billy. So, what is limerence? Defined by psychologist Dorothy Tanove, limerence is a mental state of intense romantic infatuation where one feels a strong romantic desire for another person, the limerent object. You may be thinking, isn't that just a crush? The limerence can often last months, years, or even a lifetime if not treated. It can both be joyous and emotionally painful, depending on if the feelings are reciprocated. Limerence is characterized by the intrusive thoughts one can experience about their crush and the strong emotional arousal that can grow into an obsessive craving for another person, even if most of your time spent with them is fantasized in your head. Limerence can often be mistaken as love or simply having a crush. So, how would you know if you have it? There's more than one sign than simply fantasizing about being with your crush. Could you be just like Billy? Here are 6 signs you are stuck in the emotional state that is limerence. 1. Obsessively thinking about them. You can't help but fall into the deep rabbit hole of fantasizing about what it would be like to simply take a romantic stroll on the beach with them, or engage in a deep conversation over pasta and raviolis. So much so that your work suffers from your distractions, you can barely eat as in longing, and you can't get a blink of sleep. You simply think of them seemingly constantly. But when you don't, something on TV reminds you of them. An item at a store makes you think of them. A comment by a stranger jogs your memory of something they once said. They invade your thoughts, and you can both take pleasure and pain in this. 2. Insecurity and/or shyness in their presence. So, Billy is idly walking through the halls of his college's science building when it suddenly hits him. A strong, shy feeling that's highly unlike him. What's worse, while he's usually confident, he can't help but feel a bit insecure. Why? His crush Becca has just approached him. She started talking, and he's doing his very best to pay attention, but the smell of his armpit sweat isn't helping. When in the presence of the limerent object, one can exhibit feelings of shyness and insecurity. This often presents itself in physical discomfort, as well as excessive sweating, stammering, and a racing heart that doesn't seem to calm. 3. Putting them on a pedestal. Billy can't help it. Becca's perfect. She has the perfect bronze hair, the most beautiful ocean blue eyes, and her intelligence is unmatched. Albert Einstein? You kidding? He's a joke compared to Becca. But this idea of Becca is likely overly heightened in Billy's eyes. I use the words likely, but Albert Einstein? Really? Someone suffering from limerence can often make an irrational positive evaluation of their partner or crush. They may think they are perfect in every way. The best personality, the most compatible, the idealistic partner with seemingly no flaws, when in reality, they have flaws like all the rest of us. The main issue may be you simply don't know them enough to find out what those imperfections may be. And if you have unrequited love, you may have a tougher time realizing this, because they might not stick around you long enough for you to find out their flaws. 4. Emotional dependency. You feel as though you're not complete when you are away from your partner or crush. It hurts when they're not around, and you feel ecstatic and euphoric when they are. You possess a strong urge to be around them all the time, and this desire can last throughout the day until you meet their gaze again. 5. Longing for reciprocation. If they are indeed a crush, you go into the mood of despair when you know they don't feel the same way about you as you feel about them. But if they say they like you, you feel euphoric and a sense of elation. 6. Fantasizing reciprocation. Do you spend a moment or two daydreaming about your crush? We know Billy does. Those who are going through a state of limerence may fantasize about spending time with their crush. They may also excessively fantasize about them reciprocating their feelings for them through a romantic date, marriage, or future life together. An addictive form of romantic attraction, limerence has its highs as well as lows. One can seek relief from the harsh reality of their crush not feeling the same, but imagining they do. When experiencing limerence, one seeks the high of reciprocation. They simply imagine that reciprocation to relieve themselves from the aching sensation in their heart from their crush not feeling the same way about you. All Billy ever wanted was for his crush to care about him, as much as he cares for her. While daydreaming may provide relief, it is only short-lived, as he is only left to simply wake up. Poor Billy. It's best to mourn the loss of reciprocation and dating possibilities and accept the long-lived notion that there is indeed plenty of fish in the sea. But they won't be Becca. So, do you relate to any of these signs? If so, what do you plan to do next? Share with us in the comments down below. Have you learned of their flaws and less romantic behaviors? When in doubt, a helpful trick is to just remember that tuna sandwich they ate at lunch? There's one way in and there's one way out. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to click the like button and share this video with someone who might need it. Subscribe to Psych2Go and hit the notification bell icon for more content like this. And as always, thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Dr. Becky. I'm a psychologist and founder and CEO of Private Therapy Clinic. In this video, I'm going to talk about how to overcome limerence. Limerence is love addiction. It is a painful addiction for anyone to experience, and it's hard to break out of, but it's not impossible if you're really determined to do so. So I'm going to tell you exactly the steps that you need to take so that you can become limerence free, back into the present moment, enjoying life, and ready to actually connect to someone on a deep level so that you can have a nice romantic relationship that's supportive and it's requited love rather than addictive love. So I'm going to give you 13 steps on exactly what you need to do to break out of limerence. If you stay focused and you follow these steps and you keep coming back to them, you will be able to break free of limerence. It's tough, especially if you're experiencing a very strong limerence that's been going on for a very long time, and this is just the way that your brain has been operating for a long period of time, that you constantly find yourself not present and ruminating on these objects of your obsession. But don't worry, if you feel really committed to doing this and you follow these steps, you can definitely break free. Step number 1 is simply identifying that it's limerence and not love, and staying certain that it's limerence rather than toing and froing and going back to, oh, but what if it really is love? So actually just getting really certain that the cognitions that you're experiencing is obsession and is addiction and is limerence, and it's not actually that there is a chance of entering into a healthy romantic relationship with this individual. Now, I'm not going to give you any cognitive strategies on how to return to the present moment and how to break out of this obsession and this fantasizing in your head. And the reason I'm not going to give you cognitive strategies is because actually, even when you identify that it's limerence and you're trying to stay in the present moment, you can keep getting sucked back in. So you really need to get to a point where you feel 100% sure, without any doubt, that this is limerence, rather than you practicing anything mindful or anything like that that will help you to return to the present moment. Because if you haven't got to this 100% permanent certainty that it's limerence, you'll keep slipping back into fantasy. And that's why these cognitive strategies that help you return to the present moment tend to be quite short-lived. If you're in a mode of limerence, you'll just keep going back there until you permanently know, oh, it's definitely limerence. And once you know, oh, that's definitely limerence, and there's absolutely no hope in hell that you're having a healthy relationship with this person, and you get realistic about things, that's where you're going to be able to return to the present permanently, and the fantasy of this individual is over for good. Step number 2 is get realistic. And the way that you can get realistic is you can either ask a friend, what do you think of the chances of me getting with this person? Now, that might be difficult for you to do because you might be embarrassed about it. It might cause a bit of shame for you. You might feel kind of silly asking your friend. You could even ask the individual that you have been fantasizing about, ask them out on a date, and then say to them, I'm looking for a serious partner. Are you looking for the same in your life? Now, the reason why people don't often do this is because limerence comes with a lot of secrecy. And the reason why limerence comes with a lot of secrecy is because deep down on a subconscious level, anyone who experiences limerence knows that it's not realistic. And the chances of this developing into a healthy, serious relationship are so low that they're too embarrassed to actually ask the person out and assess the real prospects of the relationship, or they're too embarrassed to ask their friends about it. Now, I would say check it out with your closest friends. It will save you a lot of embarrassment in relation to confronting the object of your obsession. Because when you confront the object of your obsession and you get turned down, it leads to a lot more embarrassment about the situation. Now, it's safer to ask your closest friends. I'm not saying they're going to be able to assess the situation for what it is. It depends on how well they know you. And if they're a good friend, and if they're a compassionate individual, they're going to be able to tell you the truth. If they don't know you so well, you might be able to convince them that the prospects of this relationship actually turning out to be something are higher than they really are. Now, if you just can't get out of limerence and it's just really tough for you, it's a serious, severe limerence, the best thing you can do, even though it's going to be awful, it's not going to lead to good circumstances, but it is actually to ask the person out, try to get them on a date. They're probably not going to turn up, or they're going to say, yeah, that'd be lovely, and then they're just going to make their excuses, or they're just going to not turn up on the day or not get back to you on the day. There's going to be some disappearance that goes on, or if they're straightforward, they're just going to say, no, like, I'm not interested, or I'm seeing someone, or whatever. If they turn you down, which is obviously going to be awful, and emotionally it's not going to be an easy experience for you, when they turn you down and they give you certainty, this extinguishes all limerence. There's never been a limerent client that I have worked with who has not gotten over their limerence when they realize it's not realistic. Because limerence is about hoping and wishing. And you can't hope and wish anymore when someone is like, there is no chance in hell. So sometimes a person has to put themselves through the embarrassment of being rejected in order to break out of a limerence. Now, it's a short-term knock to your self-esteem and self-confidence, but bear in mind there's just one person who's not interested in you. There's a lot of people in the world who are interested in you, where you absolutely have fantastic prospects with them, and they would be a healthy partner who would treat you quite well. Whether you're interested in them or not is a whole other story. But the reason why you sometimes have to face this short-term embarrassment in order to get over your limerence is that when certainty arrives, limerence dies. Step number 3 to get over limerence once and for all is select appropriate people for you to date. Because people who experience limerence always fantasize about inappropriate partners, usually unavailable partners, people who are not interested in them. So if you actually look at who might be interested in you, who is kind of at the same level as you, who has expressed interest consistently, who is someone who seems like they will show up for you, who is someone like they seem like they genuinely want a relationship. These are probably the people that you're far less interested in, but those are the ones who are actually available to have a relationship. So you get really realistic about things and you think about, okay, who could I really end up in a relationship with if I really wanted a relationship? You're going to start looking at very different prospects. Now, this is a very difficult thing for someone who's quite limerent to do, because people who go into limerence, they go for partners who are unattainable in some shape or form. Either the looks don't match up, they're like significantly better looking than them, or they're significantly more successful, or they're already in a relationship, or they're famous, or there's just something kind of unrealistic, or they're like notoriously known for having problems in their relationships. Like, so the individual that they're focused on trying to get is just someone who's notoriously known for having a lot of drama in their relationships and not actually having healthy relationships. So People who experience limerence, they pick someone who's out of reach. So in order to overcome limerence, you have to start looking at who is actually a realistic partner for me, who would actually show up, who would really commit to me. And people kind of have to get realistic about how eligible they are. So I've worked with limerence clients where they're just picking partners that are completely out of reach, that it just doesn't add up. For example, it just might not add up status wise or looks wise, and they're just going for people who are completely unattainable, or they're going for people who everyone else is going for and they're not really that special, they're just a normal person, or maybe they have lots of great qualities themselves, but the partner they're going for is able to date someone much younger, they're able to date someone more attractive, they're able to date someone of a higher status, so therefore they're just not going for this individual, or the individual has shown so much neediness that they put the object of their affection off. So the person who experiences limerence tends to have perfectionism when they go for partners. They pick people who they idolize, who they see as completely above them status-wise, and who they see as perfect. So the subconscious thing that's playing out there is the person who experiences limerence feels that if I could get someone that good, I'll finally feel worthy and good enough about myself. Step number 4 is to select someone who wants to be with you slightly more than you want to be with them. I know this is a bit of a funny one to say, but what happens when people have limerence, they'll always pick partners that they want to be with more than the other way around. So they want them more, they're always chasing. So for someone who has limerence to not be in a chasing position, and they pick a partner who just slightly wants to be with them a little bit more, they get security and they're no longer chasing. And they stop the dynamic of chasing, because you know what happens when you try and chase someone? They want to run away. They feel smothered. So it's advantageous for someone who experiences limerence to be in a very secure position where all of a sudden, for the first time ever, the partner that they've chosen wants them just a little bit more than they want them. And they feel really secure for the first time. The risk of this is that they'll actually get bored. So you have to really practice being okay with your partner being a bit more into you than you're into them. If you keep going for people who you are into more than they're into you, you're going to feel insecure, anxiety is going to creep in, and you're going to go back into this obsessing and worrying about the relationship, which means you're not spending enough time in the present moment in that relationship. You're spending more time in your head. And that is a disaster for anyone who experiences limerence, because that brings you into obsession. And if you're in obsession, you are not enjoying that relationship in the present moment. So you absolutely need to be with a partner who's just a little bit more into you than you're into them. Step number 5 to get over limerence once and for all is decide what you want and stick with that rigidly. Write it down, because when people experience limerence, they often deviate from what they really want, because they get obsessed with people and they forget that actually the things they really want in a relationship, that individual cannot give them. You need to be super disciplined, because you don't have enough discipline when it comes to your romantic life. You deviate off into fantasy, you indulge in fantasy. Do not let yourself indulge in fantasy more than 10 minutes, 20 minutes max a day. If you're really struggling and you keep going back to it, give yourself 10 or 20 minutes max, decide on the time frame and say, okay, I can fantasize for that number of minutes, and then the rest of my day I cannot indulge in fantasy. Have that level of discipline so that you're bringing yourself back to the present and you're not letting yourself go into this delusional state of being obsessed with someone. Step number 6 for overcoming limerence is don't accept hookups. Focus only on partners who are looking for long-term serious relationships. Don't get into any ideas about non-monogamy. Now, I'm not saying that anyone who goes into non-monogamous relationships has an issue with limerence, but what I'm saying is non-monogamous relationships are not right for anyone who experiences limerence, because people who experience limerence are known for accepting crumbs. And if you start playing around with non-monogamy, you're going to be accepting crumbs. Step number 7 is set boundaries. If someone shows red flags early on, particularly the second time, the third time they've shown a red flag, walk away. Be very strict with that one. Do not keep giving more and more chances. You really have to pay close attention to red flags. And what I mean by red flags is any behavior that makes you feel bad. If it happens the first time, you can give someone another chance. If it happens the second time, it's not looking good. And the third time, that is it. You are not giving that person another chance. So, for example, if someone keeps cancelling on you and they've done it 3 times, they are not someone who is available. They get no more chances from you. You have to have strict boundaries. It shows a lot of self-confidence. That brings me to step number 8. Walk away quickly. When you see these red flags and you know someone doesn't want a serious relationship and they're not showing up for you, do not wait around. Practice walking away very quickly. Don't embarrass yourself. Don't text someone too much. Just be that proud person who gets very skilled at walking away quickly. And this is different to actually not giving love a chance. You can give anyone a chance if they're showing up for you consistently, if they're available. That's okay. You don't need to walk away from that situation, but practice walking away from people who are letting you down or triggering your emotions in a negative way too often, too early on. Step number 9 is do not accept friendships with people of the sex that you are attracted to. So if you're attracted to someone and they want to give you a friendship rather than a long-term serious relationship, walk away from this person, because one-sided relationships is a huge part of limerence. And this is not healthy for you. You cannot be friends with people that you're attracted to. You should not give them space to have a friendship with you, because that's accepting crumbs. And crumbs, as I've said before, is a huge part of limerence. If someone tries to friend zone you, do not accept that. Release them from your life. Even if you're going to miss them and even if you're emotionally attached, let them go, because one-sided relationships is a huge part of limerence and you don't need that in your life. Step number 10, stay away from limerent objects. Don't check their social media. Don't hang around with them. Don't message them. Don't try and hang out with them. If they're in the workplace, distance yourself. You should not be around limerent objects, because limerent objects means that you think about them more. And then you go into this fantasy of not being present and it feeds into your addiction rather than helping you break free. Step number 11 for breaking out of limerence is stay single if you need to, unless you're willing to accept less intense relationships. If you're ready to start having less intense relationships and date slowly, then you don't necessarily need to stay single. But if you know that you're only into intense relationships and you're only attracted to these uber charismatic people who are unattainable, then it's best for you to stay single for some time until you feel ready to have a relationship with someone who's going to show up for you. To break out of love addiction or limerence is to choose people who are good enough, who you're less attracted to, give them a chance, spend some time with them. Don't cut it off too soon if they're kind people. And attraction can grow with time. So trust that attraction can grow with time. You do not need to be super attracted to people from day one, because that's where you can have very intense feelings. And very intense feelings are not a good idea and not a good sign for someone who experiences limerence. Finally, step number 13 for breaking away from limerence is to write down exactly what you're looking for in a relationship, and do not deviate from it, but do not be a perfectionist. You need to be realistic. So for example, you might put down that you want someone who shows up for you emotionally. You want someone where there's a good energetic balance. And what I mean by that is, if you like to feel very feminine in the relationship, that you get to feel that way. And if you like to feel very masculine in the relationship, that you often get to feel that way. It doesn't have to be all the time, but that you have nice energetic polarities. Often we find in relationships that where one person gets to be female for the majority of time, the other person gets to be male for the majority of time, we have a healthy dynamic. I'm not saying that it has to be the female who's always leaning into her feminine and the male who's always leaning into his masculine, but actually in general we see high levels of success in heterosexual relationships where women do get to feel feminine from time to time and where men get to feel masculine from time to time. A few other things on your list might be someone who's reliable, someone who wants to have a serious relationship, someone that you get to spend time with in the present moment on a consistent basis. Another thing might be someone who responds quite well when you experience negative emotions, provided you don't go over the top and experience severely negative emotions all of the time. That if you have the odd occurrence of a negative emotion, that they're able to be present for you, show up and stay calm in those moments. Other things you could add to your list is that you don't have to obsess and think about them all the time, that you feel like there's consistency, and that whenever you're back in touch again, everything is going to be the same. You don't need to worry that the relationship is in trouble if you haven't heard from them in a while. Another thing might be that you just compliment each other in some way and that they're particularly kind. The important thing is be realistic and don't get too specific. So for example, if you say, I only want to date someone who's black, or I only want to date someone who speaks Spanish, or I only want to date someone who's an entrepreneur, that is too specific. Remember, you're looking for an individual here, an individual where energetically you are able to connect in the present moment, and you won't know that until you meet this individual. So if you put things on your list that are too specific, you're going to rule out a lot of good people. You can of course pick things such as the individual shouldn't smoke, or similar kind of health preferences, because if that is important to you, that's not going to change. So if you make an exception on things like that, it doesn't usually end up well when you enter into a relationship where you're trying to make sacrifices that big. So if that's your preference, write it down and stick with it. If you have any questions about what is realistic and what's a bit too much when choosing a suitable partner to go for in relation to your list of preferences, you can leave a comment below. And if you have any questions about anything that I talked about in this video, feel free to also comment on those. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel to see more of my content.
Hi. Durch einen Text von Mia vom Podcast und Online-Magazin Soda Club bin ich auf ein Thema gestoßen, das ich vorher nicht auf dem Schirm hatte. Die sogenannte Love Addiction, also wörtlich übersetzt Liebessucht. Was Love Addiction ist, warum dieser Begriff den Kern dieses Phänomens nicht so ganz trifft, wie Mia erkannt hat, dass sie ein Love Addict ist und was das Ganze mit Alkoholabhängigkeit zu tun hat, darum geht es in diesem Interview. Mia ist unter anderem Podcasterin und Autorin und eine unfassbar gute Autorin. Einen Text, den sie zu dem Thema geschrieben hat, lasse ich zwischendurch einfließen. Viel Spaß beim Interview.
Was ist Love Addiction?
Gibt es eine kurze Definition?
Ja, also es äußert sich bei jedem Menschen ein kleines bisschen anders. Es ist auch der Begriff ist unglücklich, weil er halt was versucht zu reduzieren, was sehr komplex ist. Aber im Prinzip ist es eine Abhängigkeit, eine psychologische Abhängigkeit von einem Liebeshigh. Ja, also weil Verliebtheit oder Verknalltheit, also wie wir das halt so kennen, dieses Rauschhafte, das ist ja ein High.
Ja.
So, und davon kann man natürlich abhängig werden, wie von jedem anderen High auch. Das ist die ganz kurze Definition davon. Also es ist im Prinzip eine Prozessabhängigkeit.
Okay, du verliebst dich immer wieder neu, um immer wieder dieses Rauschgefühl zu haben.
Zum Beispiel. Oder man hat, was auch sehr weit verbreitet ist, man hat dramatische Beziehungen mit extremen Ups und Downs und es beruhigt sich halt nie. Und man ist immer in einem emotionalen Ausnahmezustand, der auch nicht unbedingt angenehm ist. Aber um angenehm oder unangenehm geht es gar nicht. Es geht darum, dass man extreme Gefühlszustände erlebt.
Geht es auch darum, sich dann wieder zu vertragen und dann praktisch wieder dieses, okay.
Genau, das wäre so eine klassische Dynamik. Es gibt wahnsinnig viel Streit oder irgendwie man hat längere Zeit irgendwie keinen Kontakt miteinander und leidet und hat Sehnsucht und dann verträgt man sich in einer ganz großen Versöhnungsorgie wieder und ist dann halt so im Rausch. Also das sind diese extremen Ups und Downs. Das wäre so ein klassisches Muster.
Das Buch, mit dem ich einsteige, nennt das Problem Love Addiction. Und ich finde den Begriff auf die gleiche Art fragwürdig wie den Begriff Alkoholismus. Die Liebe muss man hier wirklich nicht mit reinziehen, denn die hat damit nicht das Geringste zu tun. Ich nenne es lieber Romantizismus.
Liebe ist ja langweilig. So richtig, so eine schöne Liebesbeziehung ist totlangweilig. Da erzählt man keine Geschichten drüber, weil da vertrauen sich zwei Leute, die sind verlässlich, die halten sich an Absprachen, die sind nett zueinander, es ist immer irgendwie gleich. Die sind halt immer gleich nett zueinander.
Aber das ist ja mega.
Es fühlt sich wahrscheinlich sehr gut an, aber es gibt halt nicht viel Variation und es ist keine gute Story. Es ist halt kein tolles Narrativ so. Und das ist auch der Grund, warum in unserer Kultur, wir sehen das ja auch nicht in unseren Narrativen. Da gibt es keine Filme drüber. Ne? Also eine Rom-Com handelt immer von zwei Leuten, die sich noch nicht haben. Die sich aus irgendwelchen Gründen nicht kriegen können und wo man immer denkt, so, will they, won't they, werden die sich noch kriegen? Und dann gibt es immer irgendwie Schwierigkeiten auf dem Weg und die haben sich halt nicht. Und das Ende ist immer dann, wenn die Beziehung losgeht, das ist das Ende von dem Film.
Ist nicht Liebe, sondern Romantik zu nennen, ist wichtig. Romantik ist ein billiges Liebesimitat. Ein Gefühl, das sich als Liebe verkleidet, aber keine ist. Sie hat viel mit der Inszenierung von Liebe zu tun und wenig mit Liebe. Sie ist wie ein Filter, den man vor die Wirklichkeit legt.
Wo liegen die Parallelen zu aller?
Zum Beispiel darin, dass wir extreme Verliebtheit total idealisieren und romantisieren und nicht diese langweilige Illusion, sondern eben das Extrem. Wir romantisieren das Extrem. Und bei Liebe, die größte Teil von diesen Geschichten, die man so kennt, ist Romeo und Julia. Und guck dir diese Geschichte super nüchtern an, was da eigentlich passiert. Das ist krank. Ja, das sind zwei 15-Jährige, die kennen sich 10 Stunden oder so. Die können sich nicht bringen, weil die viel miteinander verfeindet sind und dann bringen sie sich gegenseitig nicht, aber sie bringen sich gemeinsam um. Das ist nicht so dumm. Aber das ist so der Klimax und das ist eine Vorlage für im Grunde alle unsere Rom-Coms, die wir haben, die wir konsumieren. Mein Lieblingsbeispiel aus der Popkultur, mit dem ich aufgewachsen bin, ist Sex and the City. Da gibt es die zentrale, hast du es geguckt?
Ja.
Klar, alle haben es
Natürlich habe ich das geguckt.
Die zentrale Beziehung zwischen Carrie und Mr. Big wird halt so als die entscheidende, das ist die große Love Story. Und das ist die ganze Zeit Drama. Der Typ kann sich nicht binden, die ist mega unglücklich, die trennen sich ständig, es ist so on-off. Und am Ende ist aber die Auflösung, es wird alles gut. Was in der Wirklichkeit, by the way, nie passiert. Aber das ist das Ideal, mit dem ich aufgewachsen bin. Ich habe das als was Gutes gesehen, diese Beziehung. Das ist es aber nicht.
Und da haben wir tatsächlich eine sehr schöne Parallele zum Alkoholkonsum, weil auch da ist das, ich sag mal, Schmerzhafte normal.
Ja, genau.
Also im Grunde schon etwas, das gar nicht mehr gut tut, ist aber dermaßen normal, dass wir gar nicht mehr wahrnehmen, dass wir uns damit nicht gut tun, ja?
Die meisten Leute kommen auf die Art ganz okay durchs Leben. Immer und immer wieder ihre Muster mit neuen Leuten wiederholend, indem sie nach der akuten Rauschphase einfach zu einem anderen Menschen wechseln. Wir nennen das serielle Monogamie und haben es als Teil unserer Liebeskultur normalisiert.
Wie war das denn bei dir?
Ich habe ein Muster, was auch sehr weit verbreitet ist, nämlich, also speziell unter Frauen, dass ich immer Männer gesucht habe, die nicht zu haben sind. Die immer auf das ist auch Carrie und Mr. Big, das ist genau das Gleiche, immer Männer, die ich im Grunde gar nicht kriegen kann, wo keine Chance besteht, dass ich in die Nähe von denen kommen kann. Sei es, weil sie selber Trinker sind, also weil sie ein Alkoholproblem haben, sei es, weil sie in einer anderen Beziehung sind oder in einem anderen Land leben Oder so. Also immer gibt es irgendeine eingebaute Grenze oder halt auch nur eine emotionale Abwesenheit von diesen Männern oder die sind einfach nicht interessiert. Ja, es gibt immer irgendeine Grenze, die diese Beziehung irgendwie unmöglich macht. Früher, als ich noch getrunken habe, waren das immer Trinker. Also ich habe mir immer andere Trinker gesucht. Mein Vater ist ein Trinker gewesen und ich habe im Prinzip ihn gedatet. Also so, ne? Also den unerreichbaren, süchtigen, charismatischen Typ, das war mein Beuteschema. So. Und das wird in unserer Kultur häufig so ein bisschen belächelt. Aber was da drunter liegt, ist eigentlich ein Kindheitstrauma. Also es ist eigentlich ein Versuch, eine Geschichte, die in der Kindheit nicht funktioniert hat, im Erwachsenenleben durch immer wieder den gleichen Prozess zu lösen. Und da ist wieder eine Parallele mit der Alkoholabhängigkeit. Man spult immer wieder ein bestimmtes Verhalten ab und erwartet, dass es beim nächsten Mal gut wird. Diesmal klappt es. Diesmal wird es funktionieren. So, all die anderen Male hat es nicht funktioniert, aber dieses Mal werde ich diesen Typen halt umdrehen.
Boah, das ist eine krasse Parallele.
Ja, total.
Nachdem ich also die Symptomatik des Romantizismus durchgelesen habe, komme ich zu dem Schluss, dass die moderaten Fälle zu normal sind, um sich Sorgen zu machen und die Extremfälle zu extrem, um relatable zu sein. Der Prozess, mit dem ich das Thema von mir fernhalten will, folgt also exakt dem gleichen Muster wie bei der Relativierung einer Alkoholabhängigkeit. Weil ich das alles schon mal gemacht habe, kenne ich die Tricks. Nice try, Unterbewusstsein.
Wie ist dir bewusst geworden, dass es im Grunde eine Form von Sucht ist, insofern, als sich die Dynamik so ähnelt? Wie ist dir bewusst geworden, dass du da in einer ähnlichen Schleife hängst?
Ich habe das alles nochmal durchgespielt, als ich schon nüchtern war.
Ja.
Also ich habe es mir nochmal nüchtern angeguckt, komplett, also von vorne bis hinten. Ich hatte eine 2-jährige Beziehung, die ich angefangen habe, da war ich schon 3 Jahre nüchtern und ich war relativ sicher, dass ich safe bin. Ich wusste schon ganz genau, du musst gucken mit diesen gemeinen Typen, mit den Lederjackentypen, habe ich sie immer genannt, da musst du aufpassen, so einen darfst du nicht suchen, weil da war ich schon sehr bewusst darüber, so was so meine Trigger sind. Und dann hatte ich einen, der sah äußerlich nicht so aus wie mein typisches Beuteschema.
Kaschmirpulli.
Kaschmirpulli war einfach irgendwie ein Sportlertyp, eigentlich nicht so mein Ding, sehr konservativ, sehr familienorientiert und so. Und auch die Art von Sucht, die er hatte, die kannte ich nicht. Also es war kein Trinker, der hat 2-mal im Jahr Alkohol getrunken und ich dachte so, cool, bin ich safe, hat keine Sucht. Aber leider hatte der halt eine massive Arbeitssucht. Und das kannte ich halt nicht. Also diese Art von Sucht, das kannte ich nicht so. Und deswegen war ich da so ein bisschen blind und bin da so reingestolpert und habe mich sicher gefühlt und dachte so, ja, das ist was ganz anderes, als das, was ich vorher erlebt habe mit meinen Trinkern. Aber im Prinzip war das, jetzt im Nachhinein betrachtet, jetzt ist es abgeschlossen und ich sehe, dass diese Geschichte exemplarisch 1:1 für mein schwieriges Beziehungsmuster steht.
Inwiefern?
Boah, also diese Dynamik fängt an mit Lovebombing. Also am Anfang, wenn man sich noch nicht so gut kennt, man kennt sich eine Woche zum Beispiel oder 2, sind unglaublich krasse Gefühle da. Also es ist Liebe auf den ersten Blick. Liebe auf den ersten Blick auch sowas, was in unserer Kultur massiv romantisiert wird, was aber immer bedeutet, wenn man die Person ja noch nicht kennt, dass man gerade ein Kindheitsmuster durchspielt. Ne? Weil wenn man jemanden auf den ersten Blick liebt, dann ist das nicht normal. Das kann nicht natürlich sein irgendwie. Ne? Also weil du kennst die Person nicht.
Du musst projizieren.
Genau, du musst projizieren. Und ja, also das fing halt wahnsinnig stark an. Der hat mir in den ersten, keine Ahnung, 2 Monaten gesagt, er liebt mich und er heiratet mich und wir haben uns tätowieren lassen und das war alles ganz großes Kino. Und dazu muss man sagen, als wir uns kennengelernt haben, hat er gerade ein Sabbatical gemacht. Also er hat nicht gearbeitet, was ja seine Hauptdroge war.
Ich habe noch eine kurze Zwischenfrage. Lovebombing von beiden Seiten?
Nee, schon mehr von ihm.
Okay.
Ich war ein bisschen verhaltener, aber ich war halt hungrig. So. Ich war total begeistert, dass jemand so vorbehaltlos gut zu mir ist und mich will und dass mich das nicht abschreckt. So, ich dachte, krass. Also ich habe das als Zeichen meiner eigenen Gesundheit gelesen, dass mich das nicht abschreckt. Dass er so krass available ist. So, weil ich ja vorher immer wusste, die Typen, die ich will, die sind immer nicht available. Ja. Und er war halt so super available. Und ich war so, geil. Und nichts ist falsch so. Und das hat mir neulich auch ein Therapeut gesagt, dass es immer ein schlechtes Zeichen ist, also ein Zeichen für toxische Muster, wenn man sich am Anfang sehr sicher ist. Also je sicherer man sich am Anfang ist mit irgendeiner Beziehung, wenn man sich eigentlich noch gar nicht sicher sein kann de facto, weil man die Person nicht kennt. Wenn das so ist, dann ist es ein Zeichen dafür, dass es eigentlich nicht so eine gute Idee ist. Also ich war dann sehr schnell da drin, es hat sich sehr schnell entwickelt. Das ist auch ein Zeichen für so Muster. Problematische Muster, wenn es sehr, sehr schnell sich entwickelt. Und dann waren wir halt total high. So ein paar Monate lang. Also so richtig high. Verliebt sein ist ja wie auf Kokain sein, sagt man. Also es ist halt ein krasser Chemiecocktail im Kopf so. Und das war sehr toll. Weil ich auch nicht dachte, dass es noch geht.
high zu sein, dermaßen high zu sein.
Ich dachte, das ist halt vorbei, mit dem, wenn ich jetzt nicht mehr trinke, dann muss ich jetzt ein moderates Leben führen. So. Dann kommt in dieser Dynamik der Punkt, wo es sich beruhigt, also wo die Gefühle langsam ein bisschen milder werden und man sich besser kennenlernt und dann wirkliche Intimität entsteht. Und das ist dann der Punkt, wo die Person, die den vermeidenden Part spielt, also den Part, der sich zurückzieht, das ist meistens der Mann, weil die halt so sozialisiert sind, zieht sich dann aus der Beziehung emotional zurück und wird immer unzugänglicher. Und die andere Person, also ich oder ganz oft eben die Frau, versetzt das in helle Panik. So. Und die fängt dann an zu klammern, zum Beispiel. Oder halt zumindest sehr zu leiden. Dann entsteht so ein Sog. Also die ängstliche oder verlustängstliche Person versucht sich so festzuhalten. Und für die vermeidende Person fühlt sich das an wie erdrückt werden. Und die zieht sich dann nur noch mehr zurück. Und das ist passiert. Mein damaliger Freund hat sich dann wieder sein Sabbatical war vorbei. Er hat sich dann wieder seiner Arbeit gewidmet und seine Arbeit hat ihn im Prinzip verschluckt. Also der war nur noch Arbeit. Und dann leidet die verlustängstliche Person sehr. Also der Leidensdruck wird extrem und irgendwann gibt die Person auf. Also ich habe mich dann getrennt. Gesagt, so, du bist offensichtlich nicht anwesend, du kannst das hier nicht handeln, irgendwie das ist zu viel für dich, also muss ich hier raus, weil Selbstliebe und so. Und das ist der Punkt, der dann wiederum die vermeidende Person extrem triggert und die kommt dann mit fliegenden Fahnen wieder zurück.
Ach Gott, und alles geht wieder von vorne los.
Exakt, das ist der Moment, wo es sich dann wiederholt, wo es alles wieder von vorne losgeht. Und das hört nicht auf.
Das klingt extrem anstrengend.
Total anstrengend, ja, aber insofern war es gut, dass ich das mal nüchtern erlebt habe.
Ja.
Also ich habe es wirklich nüchtern mir angucken können und da war durchaus was drin für mich. Also ich habe da sehr viel gelernt. Ich hoffe auch für die nächste Beziehung. Also ich forsche da jetzt auch richtig irgendwie, weil diese Dynamiken sind tatsächlich gar nicht so selten. Also man denkt immer, das ist super individuell, weil unsere Liebe ist die große, also einzigartig und so. Das ist nicht. Das ist nichts einzigartig. Es geht sehr vielen Leuten so.
Genau das habe ich auch gedacht, bevor ich mit dem Trinken aufgehört habe, schreit es in mir. Ich bin was Besonderes, ich bin anders, ich bin speziell und viel zu komplex, als dass ich an etwas leiden könnte, was so profan ist, dass darüber schon mal jemand ein Buch geschrieben hat. Terminally unique nennen die AA das. Ich bin so einzigartig, dass es für mein Leiden keine Medizin gibt. So besonders, dass ich dabei draufgehen werde.
Was du in deiner Abstinenz gelernt hast, hat dir dabei geholfen, das ja zu identifizieren und dann vielleicht auch ein Stück weit abzuschließen, da rauszukommen?
Also was sehr hilft, ist natürlich, also bei allem auf der Welt, was sehr hilft, ist, seine eigenen Gefühle aushalten zu können. Also die nicht betäuben zu müssen. Das hilft natürlich sehr. Das schützt einen halt. Man kann eben eine untragbare Situation nicht so lange aushalten. Dann, wenn man seine eigenen Gefühle immer ungefiltert fühlen muss, dann ist man irgendwann dazu gezwungen, entweder man stirbt oder man führt ein gesundes Leben. So. Insofern ist die Abstinenz halt das Fundament für alle weiteren Wachstumsprozesse irgendwie. Und dann, was natürlich noch hilft oder mir geholfen hat, ist, dass diese Dynamiken, von denen wir am Anfang geredet haben, die Parallelen, also ich kenne das vom Trinken, ich kannte viele Sachen vom Trinken. Also dieses Relativieren, es ist ja gar nicht so schlimm, bei anderen Leuten ist es ja viel schlimmer und das ist ja auch gar nicht immer so, sondern nur jetzt, weil, das kannte ich ja schon. Also diesen Self-Talk, dieses so mir selber was vormachen, das kannte ich vom Trinken und deswegen, als ich es dann auch bei der Romantik gemacht habe, habe ich es natürlich schneller gecheckt, dass ich das mache.
Ich erzähle Anita von meinen Strapazen. Sie ist auch Romantizistin, aber sober. Sie hat seit 15 Jahren eine sichere Beziehung ohne Push and Pull. Sie hatte währenddessen schon hier und da eine Rückfallgefahr, aber es ist nie gekippt. Die gesunde Liebe fühlt sich anders an, sagt sie. Warm und ruhig, nicht so schreiend hochgepitcht. Aber verliebt sein kann man trotzdem. Anita beruhigt meine zentrale Angst, dass sich Beziehungen für immer so anfühlen werden, als ob ich was essen muss, was ich nicht mag, nur weil ich weiß, dass es gesund ist.
Abstinenz erscheint einem ja auch, wenn man noch trinkt, mega langweilig, super lame. Und schlussendlich eine unaufgeregte, schöne Beziehung ist ja Hammer. Aber ich glaube wirklich, dass es sich ähnlich anfühlt. Du hast halt nicht mehr diese hochgejazzten Highs, sondern es geht dir einfach gut.
Ja.
Schön.
Das Ding ist, dass die hochgejazzten Highs, die interpretieren wir ja, ich sage jetzt einfach wir, als bedeutsam. Weil alles, was sich extrem anfühlt, ist halt interpretiert als bedeutsam. Das ist was Bedeutungsvolles. Und das nette, schöne, angenehme, das ist halt nicht bedeutsam. Das ist so, ja, langweilig. Deswegen ist es auch ganz oft so Leute, die mit toxischen Beziehungen zu tun haben oder mit so Liebessucht, die sagen, naja, der ist total gut, aber es ist halt langweilig. Ist halt genau wie mit dem Alkohol,
Aber
ne?
es ist nur ein Framing. Im Grunde ist es auch ein Framing-Thema, oder?
Ja, na klar. Und das ist ja auch, wenn man reinzoomt, ist ja, also wirkliche Intimität
nicht langweilig.
Ist alles andere als langweilig. Das ist der Shit für die richtigen, für die Erwachsenen, für die Leute, die wirklich was von irgendwie Leben verstehen, ja. Das ist ja nicht, also es ist überhaupt nicht langweilig, das ist was für die Coolen. Menschen. Und das ist halt auch was mich total ans Trinken erinnert, ne? Dass die Idee, dass wenn ich erst gesund bin in dieser Hinsicht, dann muss ich mit lauwarmen Gefühlen mich abfinden. So. Und das ist beim Trinken ja genau das gleiche Ding. Du denkst so, ja, ich kann aufhören, dann habe ich halt nie wieder Spaß. Ich bin noch nicht ganz da. Ich habe diese ganzen Glaubenssätze noch nicht komplett überwunden. So. Ich kann das intellektuell reflektieren, aber ich fühle das noch nicht so, wie ich das gerne fühlen würde. Aber diese Erfahrung mit dem Trinken hilft natürlich, weil ich weiß, okay, du hast dieses Muster, das ähnelt sich und du hast es schon mal gemacht und Nüchternheit ist nicht langweilig. Es ist im Gegenteil, es ist total toll. So. Ja, das hilft.
Danke für den Einblick. Ey. Ich wünsche dir von ganzem Herzen the real shit.
Ja, danke. ja.
Danke, dass du da warst.
Schön, dass ich hier sein konnte.
Das Buch sagt, es dauert im Schnitt 5 Jahre, bis so eine Romantiksucht durchgearbeitet ist. Und ich denke mir, was haben diese Suchtleute eigentlich immer mit 5 Jahren?
Dieses Zitat am Ende, das musste unbedingt noch mit rein. Ich musste echt laut lachen, als ich das gelesen habe. Ja, was haben diese Suchtleute immer mit 5 Jahren? Das ist wirklich eine gute Frage. Aber es stimmt ja, ne? Die begegnen einem immer wieder, wenn man sich in unserer Blase bewegt. Das Buch, von dem Mia spricht, das verlinke ich dir in der Videobeschreibung. Wenn du noch mehr Texte von Mia lesen willst, dann abonniere unbedingt den Soda Club Newsletter. Verlinke ich dir auch in der Videobeschreibung. Gib Mia einen fetten Daumen hoch und abonniere auf jeden Fall diesen Kanal hier. Hier gibt es regelmäßig Videos zu Themen rund um Alkoholabhängigkeit, Alkohol und Abstinenz. Alles Liebe, danke fürs Zuschauen und bis bald.
Are you in love with a person or are you addicted to them? It's very important to figure out the difference between the two because addicted type love almost always ends in disaster. For those of you who are new here, welcome to Put the Shovel Down. I'm Amber Hollingsworth, and this YouTube channel is all about helping you understand the science and psychology of addiction so you can get your family and your life back on track. Get back out there and live the life that you want to live. I want you to know you are not powerless. You do not have to hit rock bottom, and there are many things you can do to help an addicted loved one. If you want to be back in control of your life, subscribe to this channel and I'll make sure you are always 5 steps ahead of addiction. And don't forget, hit the little bell if you want access to the bonus episodes. Sometimes it can be kind of difficult to figure out the difference in am I in love or addicted? And that causes a lot of confusion and mixed up feelings and sometimes really bad decision making on our part. So let's clearly define each so that way you'll know which category your situation falls into. Now, one of the reasons why it's so difficult to figure out the difference in the two is because we tend to use the word love so broadly and to cover so many different things or types of love that it can be confusing. For example, there's romantic love, there's the way you love your best friend, there's the way you love your parents, and there's the way you love your child. And all of those are like totally different kinds of love. Wouldn't you agree? And the other reason why this can get messy and confusing and complicated is because of the way our culture represents love probably is really more like addiction and less like love, which leads a lot of people who are actually in love to think that they're not in love or they're with the wrong person because they're not in an addicted state. And it leads a lot of people who are really in an addicted state to convince themselves that they are in love. But it's really 2 different things. One of the easiest, fastest, and most helpful ways to differentiate the two is to think about addiction or addictive love as a feeling and to think about actual love more as a behavior. When we're addicted to something, it's actually not that something that we're after. It's the way that that something makes us feel inside. That's the thing that we're after. Whether you're addicted to a person, drugs, alcohol, gambling, whatever, it's not the thing, it's the feeling it gives you. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, or that things that are addictive are incapable of giving you that feeling consistently and long term. When you're addicted to something, you end up spending a lot of your time in kind of a desperate state. There's this desperation to hang on to whatever it is that you are addicted to. Addiction is really a lot more of a thought process. Now, there's behaviors that go along, but they're the result of this thought process that drives the behaviors. For example, if you are an alcoholic, the addiction is really the obsession about the alcohol. Now, you see the behavior in that the person drinks alcohol, but not everyone who drinks alcohol is obsessed with alcohol. And just like someone can be like a normal drinker, like they drink alcohol, sometimes they even drink a lot of alcohol, but they're not addicted to it, you can have that being in love feeling without that desperate, obsessive, it's taken over your whole life kind of thing,
When that happens, you're really in the addicted state. So let's talk about what it looks like and feels like to be addicted to love. Now, you can be the kind of person that's sort of like addicted to love in general, and that means it happens to you all the time, over and over and over with different people. Or you can be the kind of person who's addicted to one specific person. Just like you can be the kind of person who's like addicted to any kind of drug they ever put in their body, or you can be the kind of person who's only addicted to one thing. But whether you're addicted to one person or you're just addicted to the idea and the feeling of love in general, these are the symptoms. The biggest, most important, and number one symptom of addictive love is obsession. It's the amount of time, energy, and space that you spend thinking about the person, because there's something about the way that person makes you feel that you crave and you long for, and that creates an obsession, a constant need for. I'm sure you've heard that when people are addicted to something, sometimes they're feeling some kind of hole inside. Yes, same thing with love. It's like you have this gap inside and you feel like this is the only way to meet it, and you become obsessive about it. But here's a really important key factor. It's really not the person. It's this fantasy you build up in your mind about that person or about the relationships. What happens when you're in this addicted love state is you develop this whole fantasy world. You are not in reality. Just like when you're addicted to heroin, you're not in reality. Just like when you're using alcohol, you're not in reality. When you are addicted to love and you are actively engaging in that addiction, you go into this fantasy state, which is totally separate from reality. And then you become very reliant on that feeling, which creates a desperation, which then leads to a fear of losing that person, because you feel like, I can't live without it, the same way as an alcoholic feels like they can't live without alcohol. You become reliant on it to like fix everything for you. You become reliant on it to meet all of your needs. You start losing interest in other things in your life. You might even give up hobbies, interests, activities because you're so obsessed with this person. So you're either spending all your time with them or you're spending all your time thinking about them, or you're not engaging in this fantasy of the relationship with that person. You go into this immediate withdrawal type state, which leads you to pursue that feeling even more. Even the thought of not having that person in your life will put you in a withdrawal, crazed, desperate state, which will lead you to do desperate things. Now, the action associated with love addiction, I'm going to call it stalking. And stalking incorporates a lot of different behaviors, some of them in the way that you typically think about the word stalking, like following a person around. But this stalking type behavior can manifest in a lot of different ways, which we're going to cover in the next video. This is actually the first part of a series of videos. Because to really understand love addiction, kind of need to break it down into phases or categories. The 3 different phases or categories I'm going to break it down for you are being addicted to a person that you are not in a relationship with. Then there's being addicted to a person that you are in a relationship with. And then there's being addicted to a person that you're broken up with or that you've lost. Now, sometimes you can go through all 3 of those phases with one person, and sometimes you just get stuck in one of the phases. So it's going to be important for you to watch the whole series to really understand where you're at, why you're there, and how to get out of it, because ultimately it's going to end badly, just like any addiction does. You know that the way you feel about this person, this desperation that you feel, deep down inside, you kind of know that there's something wrong with that. And it might be hard to admit out loud, but when you really dig down deep, you feel kind of ashamed about it. You don't necessarily feel ashamed because you feel that way, but you will feel ashamed of some of the behaviors that you're going to engage in because of the addiction. The same with any other addiction. You will do things when you are addicted to heroin that you wouldn't normally do, and you will feel guilty and shameful about it. Just like you will do things when you're addicted to a person that you wouldn't normally do, and that leads you to feeling really terrible about yourself. When you have actual love for a person, it's really more about that other person, versus when you're addicted to a person, it feels like it's about that other person, but it's not. It's about a feeling that you're chasing inside of you, and you falsely think that that person can give it to you. All right, now join me in part 2 of this series, where we will explore how addicted love works when you are not in a relationship with that person.
On the popular Netflix show You, its lead character Joe is a love addict. Now, while Joe's addiction takes a dark and dangerous turn, love addiction is a much more common thing than you may think. Our next guest thinks she might be suffering from love addiction. Please welcome Amber, as well as psychotherapist Dr. Mike Dow, to the show. Amber, I appreciate you being here and opening up. And I want to get serious for a moment, because a lot of people might hear this term love addiction and think, oh, that's so cute, someone's addicted to love, but this has severely affected your life, and at times almost you felt like it's ruined your life, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about how and also why?
It kind of started with my mom. It's hard to talk about, I'm sorry, but when I was 16, I lived on my own. My mom, she wasn't really around much, so it started with that. And I've lost a job once over a guy. I've just had my heart broken numerous times. and I've been depressed and to the point where I weighed 300 pounds. I lost it, but I thought it would cure all of my problems, but it didn't. Like, I still sought after love and had like numerous relationships. I like had a few one-night stands and fallen in love with some of these guys. And it sounds crazy, but it's like, you know, things like that happen and it's embarrassing, but I did find myself in that situation. I found myself really attached. So it has negatively impacted my life. And it was really tough. I'm sorry. It's so tough, like dealing with things like this.
And it's not just a physical thing. Like some people may hear addicted to love and construe it as, oh, that you're hypersexual. You just want to have sex all the time. But
No.
I'm getting the sense that that's not what's happening for you. It's the actual love
Yeah.
part of it.
Bringing Dr. Dow into the conversation, Amber, I'm sorry this has been so rough for you. And I'm curious about the word addiction, and maybe you both can weigh in on this. Is it the emotional state of that euphoria of falling in love? And if so, can you be addicted to kind of an emotional desire? Like, is that something that plays out because she didn't have a stable relationship with her mom, so she's always trying to seek that emotional connection?
Absolutely. You know, I think that resulted in this pathological obsession with falling in love. You know, love addiction is not an official diagnosis, but I really believe that it is real. You know, when we fall in love, your dopamine goes really high, just like it would do if you did a lot of cocaine, and then your serotonin actually dips in the initial stages of love. And when your serotonin goes low, you become obsessed with your love object, just like Joe in that Netflix series. And I think also for you, and Amber, have you had tolerance, meaning have you needed more and more to feel the same way when it comes to love? And also withdrawal, because those are the two hallmarks of addiction, right?
Yeah.
Like when you lose that love object, do you feel depressed, anxious, like you're not okay?
Yeah, I always felt like I was going to lose them, like they're going to leave, or, you know, I crave their attention. I wanted to, like, if they're not calling or texting, like, what's going on? You know, did I do something wrong? Are you going to leave? Like, yeah.
That feeling in your stomach, like that pit, like that anxiety, right? So I think the diagnosis here would actually technically be this anxiety disorder rooted in a lack of attachment, but it's really this love addiction. And I also imagine, like most addicts, like most people going to an AA meeting, they talk about their rock bottom moment. Have you had one of those where you just said, I can't do this anymore, it's causing too many consequences in my life?
Yeah. When I was heavy, I felt like so much depression that I had to do something about it. It was like live or die. And when I took control of it and started to lose weight, and I started going on dates more, I kind of reached a point where I went through numerous ones, and I found a guy that I actually like fell in love with. And when I lost him, it was a moment, again, similar to that. It was like, I'm so tired of this. Like, I've reached that point where it's like, I'm done. Like, I don't want to deal with this anymore.
And that's one of the other things we see in love addiction, this pathological need to be in a relationship that I'm sure in some of these relationships, they didn't treat you in a way that you knew you should be treated, but you stayed. Is that right?
Yeah, there were a lot of red flags overlooked.
I have never been happier to lose subscribers than today. In one fell swoop, I had lost all the subscribers with less than 60 IQ, all the subscribers who are grandiose enough to believe that they know medicine better than medical doctors and experts, and all the subscribers who are sufficiently psychopathic to be defiant, contumacious, reckless, and to endanger the lives of others. Such scum I don't want on my channel. Farewell, honeys. Okay, my name is Sam Vaknin. I'm the author of Malignant Self-Love, Narcissism Revisited, and a professor of psychology. As an aside, I have medical education, a secret none of you knew before you commented on the previous video. So, all of you who are intellectually challenged, grandiose narcissists, and defiant psychopaths, I ask you to please unsubscribe, exodus, leave the channel, get yourselves and everyone around you sick and dying. I'm sure that will fulfill your day because you are capable of doing nothing else probably in life, in your empty lives. And today, apropos empty lives, we're going to discuss love addiction. But before I go into this highly complex and very new topic in psychopathology, I would like to make clear that love addicts fall in love not only with real intimate partners. They fall in love not only with people they had met, people they had chatted with, people they had worked with, people they had shared experiences with, people they had been intimate with, sexually or otherwise. They fall in love also with total, complete strangers they had just met and known nothing about. They fall in love with fantasies. They fall in love with characters from books and from films, movies. They fall in love in their mind, in their minds. Love addiction is a fantasy defense. The fantasy could be displaced and projected upon a real person. That real person could be a true intimate partner, deeply involved and enmeshed in the love addict's life. Or that other person could be a total stranger the love addict had just met. Or it could be a fictional character, believe it or not. There have been such documented cases. Love addiction is a fantasy defense, and it leads to dysregulated and unboundaried behaviors. The love addict would do anything to perpetuate the fantasy of love, to perpetuate the rush, because love addiction, as the name implies, is an addiction. To continue the love coming, to continue the experience of infatuation and limerence, the love addict would do anything. She would engage in hyper-promiscuous behaviors. In group sex, she would drink to oblivion. She would cater to the real or imagined needs of her partner, fulfill all his fantasies, no matter how extreme they are. She would do anything. She would do anything because she's a junkie. And why do I keep saying she? Because the vast majority of love addicts are, unsurprisingly, women. And love addiction is closely allied with codependency and other issues. We'll tackle this in the continuation of this video. These 2 points are crucial, though. The role of fantasy in love addiction is enormous. It outweighs the role of fantasy in typical, normal, romantic love. And love addiction, like many other addictions, by the way, love addiction leads to extreme emotional dysregulation, mood lability, and unboundaried behavior. Behavior which is often socially unacceptable, reprehensible, problematic, dysfunctional, reckless, or just off-putting or shocking. Having said all this, let us dive right in. And we start with an article by Sanchez, John, and others, published in 2019. The article is titled Treatment of Love Addiction, Current Status and Perspectives. And it was published in the European Journal of Psychiatry, volume 33. Love addiction, also known as pathological love, according to this article, refers to a pattern of behavior characterized by a maladaptive, pervasive, and excessive interest towards one or more romantic partners, resulting in lack of control, the renouncing of other interests and behavior, and other negative consequences. I would only add to this the fantasy element. So this behavior could be motivated by total fantasy, which has nothing to do or little to do with reality. For example, fantasy projected onto a total stranger. And the other thing I would add to this is the element of unboundaried, dysregulated behavior. The love addict sacrifices her standards, her norms, her values in the pursuit of love, in the pursuit of the addiction of love. And when she does this, of course, she experiences dissonance. And she resolves the dissonance either by dissociating the ego dystonic incidents, dissociating her misbehavior, dissociating her misconduct, or by reframing the whole situation and saying, well, I actually wanted it. I did it because I desired it, I wanted it. Very important thing in love addiction is to understand that what love addicts call love is not love and has very little to do with love. What love addicts call love is actually being desired, experiencing lust, infatuation, limerence, the dopamine rush of attraction, the chase. So what love addicts call love are typically the extremely initial phases in romantic love, or even just in an encounter between two parties. So the love addict would tell you that sexual attraction is love, that infatuation is love, that limerence is love, that dysregulated sexual behavior is indicative of love, that sex leads to love, that the first phases of being fascinated and intrigued and inexorably drawn to someone is love. The definition of love is so wide and so fuzzy that literally any interaction between the love addict and another person is immediately translated into a perception or a misperception of love. And that's where the fantasy comes in. In love addiction, immature love, love that is uncertain, external, blind, dysregulated, beyond one's control and discipline, in defiance of standards, values, and norms, this kind of love is the only love there is. We don't know how prevalent love addiction is. We think it's anywhere between 3 to 10% of the population, and we found much higher incidence among college students. And of course, you must distinguish pathological love from other conditions which imitate pathological love. Dependent personality disorder or codependency, borderline personality disorder. In these disorders, the dysfunctional behaviors characterize every dimension of existence. It's not limited to love. While in the love addict, the rest of the love addict's life, the love addict's career, the love addict's family of origin, the love addict's friendships, the love addict's behavior in public places, the rest of the love addict's behavior is highly normative and highly regulated. Only when it comes to attachments, only when it comes to interacting with potential partners, does the addiction manifest. So addiction is not a psychotic disorder, and love addiction is not sex addiction, is not erotomania. Love addicts can go years without sex. They can be celibate. It's nothing to do with any of this. It's a delusional disorder. It's a kind of a fantasy defense. Erotomania, for example, is a delusion that someone is in love with the individual. And in some respects, erotomania and love addiction share this in common. The love addict can mistake behaviors and utterances, speech acts by another person, a total stranger, to mean love. Pathological love appears to be an impulse control disorder. It is characterized by impulsivity, novelty seeking, and therefore it has an interface with psychopathy. Psychopaths are risk takers, reckless, novelty seekers, impulsive, and to some extent defined. And so love addiction is very common among cluster B patients, narcissistic patients, and psychopathic patients. Pathological love is also a mood disorder. These people experience extreme mood states like hypomania or elation. So they have mood lability, and they use love, or the misperception of love, or what they call love, which is essentially just attraction, mainly sexual attraction or limerence or infatuation. They use this to regulate their moods. You could say that love addicts are constantly in a state of falling in love. They are all the time falling in love. They can't exit this stage of intense romance. They seek it, they're addicted to it, and they can never extricate themselves from it. In this limited view, love addiction is an obsession or compulsion or both. It's an obsessive compulsive behavior. People with love addiction experience repetitive and intrusive thoughts, but the obsessions pertain to a person they are attracted to, a person they love, a person they are infatuated with, a person they fall in love with, sometimes on first sight, sometimes secretly, sometimes from afar, sometimes without communicating anything to the unsuspecting stranger. Some researchers suggested that love addiction could be understood as what we call a biaxial continuum. The vertical axis is attachment, the horizontal axis is reward seeking and impulsivity. So in some individuals, high impulsivity and reward seeking behavior co-occur with high levels of attachment behavior, and that results in obsessive or dependent kind of love. In others, high reward seeking and impulsivity co-occur with attachment deficits, and this results in high sexual interest and multiple sex partners. Be it as it may, pathological love is an addiction. It's what we call process addiction, or
Hi, this is Alan Robarge, and welcome to the New Love Addiction. I'm a psychotherapist and a relationship coach, and I want to share with you what specifically is the new love addiction, what's so new about it. And I like to say there's a new emphasis, a new focus specific to how we define what exactly is love addiction. The history of love addiction comes out of the addictions community, thus the name addiction. And there's this understanding or previously thought that love addiction was rooted in what would be called an addiction process or a process addiction. And therefore the treatment, the thinking, the approach to working with love addiction was similar to working with other addictions. Well, we have some pretty good research and information. I'd like to say that it's new, but technically, I mean, this information has been being gathered for the last 25 years. And although the addictions research and the addictions industry with healing specific to therapists working in that realm, the information that I'm going to share is not necessarily very new. However, it is new to the population at large, and it very much is new based upon our general understanding of treatment and focus. So what specifically is this new piece that I'm talking about? And it really has to do with understanding attachment styles. And when I say attachment, what I'm referring to is we have a system that's built into our brain and it's connected to our nervous system. And the attachment system is how we bond and connect with people. And it comes from our family. It comes from our parents. The clunky technical psychobabble word is called primary caregiver. So if we had a close person that was our significant caregiver, we developed a attachment style that really allows us to use that template in our mind for how we create and recreate adult relationships in our life. Now, there's a challenge to this, that if there was a kind of insecure attachment within your family or with the primary caregiver, oftentimes, if we have some kind of history of being abandoned or neglected or ignored, and for some people that also includes being abused, there's a rather wide spectrum. But regardless of where you fall in that spectrum, when there's an insecure attachment, we seem to bring that into our adult lives and we recreate an insecure attached relationship. Now, this is not thinking-based. This has to do with a part of the brain called the limbic brain. And the limbic brain is not the thinking brain or the conscious brain. It's the part of the brain that operates from a very primal emotional place that experiences trust and safety and knows how to interact and relate with another person. Well, if the limbic brain gets triggered or activated in such a way of an emergency, a sense of separation, feeling like the relationship is not full of trust and safety, what's going to happen are a number of hormones. Hormones will get released into your body, certain chemical processes, and it's going to activate anxiety. And how we manage this anxiety really determines or will evidence the number of symptoms that we call love addiction. So what the new love addiction is all about, and what I'm trying to help educate all of us as we learn and grow about healing options along this journey, really means or really incorporates, let's focus on developmental emotional trauma that is rooted in attachment injuries. That's a little bit of a different focus than channeling our thinking through an addictions lens or an addictions model for how we would work with specifically these symptoms and characteristics referred to as love addiction. Now, I'm not going to go through a bunch of the symptoms and characteristics. That's actually for the upcoming videos for what's going to happen next. This is an introduction to say I'm so thankful that you are curious to know more about this information. I'd also like to just extend a welcome in a way that I want to use a little story that I read once, and I'm not totally certain if this is true, it's a story that takes place in India, and I don't know if this is a cultural norm throughout all of India or just in certain places, but there was a journalist writing a story, and he talked about how he stumbled upon a custom where a stranger on the street will approach you and say, "Will you be the face of God?" And he was obviously a bit taken aback or surprised. And it's part of the custom to look to the person that has just asked and say, "Yes, I will be the face of God." And usually the person making this request is feeling lost or bereft or burdened, carrying the weight of the world on his or her shoulders. So to seek out another person is to say, will you show up? Will you listen? Will you bring a level of responsibility, a level of seriousness to this conversation to be able to witness the part of me that I need to share that's so important, my humanity. So to use the word God, or to use that story, it really puts it in the level of the divine, or what perhaps we'll say makes it very heavenly. I want to actually also bring it down to earth and make it very earthly by changing the language a little bit and saying, will you be the face of goodness for my humanity? Will you be the face of emotional openness for me? Will you be the face of kindness to listen and to receive what I need to share? And let's imagine, as the story went, that it would be part of custom and part of our culture to say, oh yes, I can do that. I can listen to you. This story that I'm offering is a way to capture the importance of relationship. And specifically, one reason why love addiction is created is because our history for love addicts is that we were not seen, known, heard, or understood. And I'll just repeat those: seen, known, heard, and understood. And when we are seen, known, heard, and understood, there's an exchange. There's this emotional attunement. There's an emotional connection that's made between two people. And our bodies, our nervous system functioning in our brain actually activates, and we sync up with another person. And this allows us to calm down and to feel a sense of peace. Life will have a sense of possibility when we derive strength and support from other people. So I share this story to set the tone of what I hope the content of the new love addiction will be, that we are able to create a shared community, a conversational community, a intellectual community of gathering resources to improve and increase our relationships so that we know how to create with other people exchanges where we might not actually say the words, but we'll go to someone and through our presence be able to say, will you be the face of humanity for me? Will you be the face of my basic goodness? Or if we return to the original words, will you be the face of God? And will you listen to me? This is what we all want deep down on a very fundamental basis, a fundamental level. We want to experience that level of connection, of being seen, known, heard, and understood. So please know, if you're watching this for the first time, there is a Facebook group that you can join us. Just do a search for The New Love Addiction, and you will find a group on Facebook if you want to share ideas. Also, subscribe to this YouTube channel because there's going to be plenty of more videos on the way, talking about many different ideas related to love addiction, of working with symptoms, behaviors, secure attachment, healthy relationships, communication, power dynamics, boundaries, and specifically many sections on working with trauma and how trauma is body-based and a physiological response, and it's not thinking-based. Real quickly, the reason why I make this distinction is that when a person is struggling with an attachment injury and you have a lot of anxiety, or you have the symptoms showing up that we refer to as love addiction, it's impossible to think yourself out of the activation of that anxiety. The reason is because there's different parts of the brain that are working, that when this emotional trauma is activated or triggered, because it's not thinking based, you're not just going to be able to think yourself out of it. For that reason, the phrase just let it go, just get over it, just calm down is really an unhelpful idea. And it's really important for me to dispel that. So that was a quick tangent, but that's trying to capture.
Bitte gib mir ein paar Sekunden. Wie schaffen es meine Kunde und
When is no contact useful and when is it not useful? Okay. So this is an interesting discussion topic because I often hear clients saying things like, I'm going to go dark, or I went dark. And it's interesting to me because it's such a military term, that we are on the offense or we're on the defense, right? We're at war with our lovers and I'm going to go no contact. So, or that we are somehow commanding different aspects of ourselves that are armored up, right? So one of the things when it comes to no contact, I have to say, I don't think there's a hard and fast rule to this. I think it is context dependent. I think one of the things that could be helpful is how to conceptualize the function, how to conceptualize what no contact means. So for example, one of the ways that can help you do this is to recognize attachment triggers as embodied and that they are in essence addiction triggers. So if you're someone who has struggled with avoidant or anxious attachment, I think these are actually two ends of the same spectrum in that we can experience addiction around our attachment relationships, love addiction, right? And sex addiction is sometimes tied in with that, but I'm just going to focus on love addiction right now. Because attachment, as we mentioned before, and as I talked a little bit about when I mentioned polyvagal theory, it stimulates your nervous system. And it also stimulates the hippocampus, and it also stimulates the amygdala. So these are the parts of the brain that are also stimulated and affected by things like dopamine and other oxytocin and love chemicals. So they've done studies that show that when you show an addict who uses ingestive drugs and they look at pictures of drug paraphernalia, this part of their brain lights up. Equally, when you introduce pictures of a newborn child to its mother, the same part of the brain lights up. Also, epigenetics has told us that anxious attachment has a relationship to the way the dopamine genes around dopamine express themselves, and avoidant attachment has a relationship to the way around serotonin expresses itself. And serotonin is associated with obsessiveness, also associated with sexual hypersexuality or hyposexuality. And serotonin has been associated with avoidant attachment. Dopamine has been associated with anxious attachment, right? Avoidant attachment is associated with sex addiction. We've also looked at love addiction being associated with anxious attachment. Anxiety. So there are all these different labels and terms and ways of looking at how these things are expressing themselves. The point I want to make here with respect to no contact is conceptualizing it like an addiction. Welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Brianna McWilliam, and I am a licensed and board-certified creative arts therapist, author, and educator with more than 15 years in the field, helping adults struggling with insecure attachment go from self-doubting to self-sovereign so they can attract those soul-shaking, passionate partnerships that they want. Today, I'm going to be sharing a clip of a live stream event that took place inside my private Facebook groups, which people can access once they've purchased one of my online courses. If you're interested in finding out if you might have insecure attachment, check out the link in the caption of this video. You'll be able to take an easy 4-question quiz and find out your attachment style, plus a detailed explanation. Now, if you like what you see and hear, and you haven't yet, make sure that you like, subscribe, and ring the bell for notifications. I put out videos once or twice a week, and sometimes I will do occasional live streams through my YouTube channel, and I wouldn't want you to miss out. So if you are in a relationship that you cannot extricate yourself from it no matter what, and you know that it has become, a lot of people use the term toxic, right? Then I invite you to realize that your attachment system is inflamed and that you try to get over whatever stigma you have around the concept of addiction and to recognize that you are in an addictive cycle, okay? So let's look at what does it take to break an addictive cycle, right? So one thing I would add to this, though, it's a bit different than an ingestive addiction other than food, right? Because food addiction or sex addiction, for example, or love addiction, these are addictions that are centered around what we might argue are some basic human needs. So if you are going to go no contact, recognize that the thing that you are trying to sever yourself from is connection. And if that's the case, and you are experiencing a toxic relationship, or you are experiencing a yearning for, an aching for, an uncontrollable urge to be close to and or connected to someone that you know isn't a really good compatible fit for you anymore, then that's an addictive impulse. And also you're searching for connection, and you've probably become narrowly focused on this person as the only real source of connection that you have. So that means that before you attempt anything like no contact, for example, that you put in place the supports that you would need in order to sustain no contact, in order to sustain a long period of time of being disconnected from this person, which means put other contacts and connections in place, right? Because consider, for example, the trans theoretical model for change, which was developed to help individuals that struggle with addiction. So there are certain phases that you can expect when wanting to make a change or when wanting to extricate yourself from someone you feel addicted to, right? There's pre-contemplation, there's contemplation, then there's preparation, there's taking action, then there is relapse, and then maintenance. Or you might have maintenance and then relapse, okay? So you're thinking about it. This is usually when you're kind of aware of some red flags going on, but you're like, oh, but it feels so good. And maybe I'm just being hypersensitive, right? Then there's contemplation. So now the red flags are starting to pile up. A friend or a sibling or a parent has said something like, that's not okay the way they're talking to you, right? Or something along those lines. And then there's preparation. You know it's not good for you. You know it's not good for you. You've watched a video like mine on YouTube. You've read a book. You're like, I'm probably going to have to do something about this, but I'm not ready yet. But you start preparing things. So maybe you're like, maybe I should go see a counselor first, right? Or maybe I should read a book about boundaries, right? So you're starting to prepare to make a change. And then you take action. So maybe the action you took was finally going and seeing the therapist, or maybe the action is that you decide, no, I am going to break up with this person. And then there's either maintenance or relapse. So it depends on how long you're able to maintain the action. If you can maintain it for a longer period of time, that would be maintenance. and my cat is agreeing with me. And that would be maintenance. And maintenance is something that's really only successful when you have put the supports in place that anticipate when you will feel the urge to relapse, right? When you anticipate, you will feel the temptation to fall off the wagon, let's say. But it happens, it happens. And a lot of us will relapse several times until we're able to have a longer period of maintenance. And that is really going to be something that evolves through your own individual journey, and contact or no contact will inevitably be an aspect of that journey, right? Like what works for you there. Yes, I do. I have my kitty here and she's very vocal. She's a ham. So, and the other thing I wanted to mention and to emphasize here, just to drive home the point that when you ultimately do decide, let's say you've gone through pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, you're ready to take action, or you've already taken action and you're ready to try to stick to it, right? You're afraid of relapse or whatever. I would just have you, I really want us to adopt this notion that it is an addictive experience, because there's so much of your body is activated in this, right? There are physical cues that stimulate our nervous system when we are in a sexual and bonded relationship. There are studies that have been done that show when you are with a bonded partner specifically that they help regulate stress to your nervous system. There are studies that show that two partners, when they are together and they are a bonded couple, that their heartbeats can sync. They actually harmonize. There have been studies that show when you have a bonded couple and you've got one person in the room and they flash a light in their eye and their pupils dilate, the other partner who's in another room through a wall, through a closed door, their eyes dilate as well. So we are definitely connected and bonded to our partners. And if it has become an unhealthy situation, you will go through withdrawals. They are withdrawals. It's not a metaphorical term I'm using here. This is a chemical withdrawal that you are going through, chemicals that your body just naturally creates. So you have to really realize that when you are preparing to make a change in your relationship, you need to make a plan for it. You need to plan for it. No contact may be a part of that plan. You may relapse on that plan. My only advice is to be gentle with yourself, to make a plan for yourself, to know what will help you to feel supported, and to be forgiving with yourself, because this is, what do they call it? Par of the course, that it's a cycle. It's something that eventually you will cycle and spiral up out of, but you may have to go back to it several times before you're really able to let it go. And that's okay. That's part of your process. Some people might be able to go cold turkey. Some people can go cold turkey, and more power to them if they can. If you're not one of those people, be kind, be generous, be gentle with yourself, and understand that you are going through physical and chemical withdrawals. Okay, if that removes any of the stigma around it for you, I hope it does.
Today I want to come to an issue that many people from complex trauma have when it comes to forming relationships, and it's a very troubling issue for them, and it would go under kind of the category of relationship addiction, or a new phrase or term that is used called limerence. To me, it's such a practical issue that needs to be looked at, and it's really not fully understood unless you look at it in light of complex trauma.
When we understand how complex trauma affects us, we understand why we turn to addictions to cope. Developed with Tim Fletcher's teachings, our Align with Yourself course helps you learn to understand the root cause behind your addictions and reconnect with yourself. Take the first step toward recovery from addictions and complex trauma. Use coupon code I'm Ready to access your first module for free.
So let me begin by just defining what we mean by this whole limerence word. So limerence is the state of being infatuated or obsessed with another person. So it's typically experienced involuntarily, and it's characterized by this strong desire that when you meet this person that they will reciprocate your feelings. So it's not primarily about sex with them, it's that I want to be loved by them. Limerence means to have this intense longing for another person, even though they might not fully reciprocate. So it's just this consuming longing. It becomes an obsession for the person, and so they struggle to think about anything else except this new crush. And for some, it can result in they neglect their social life, they neglect their work, other responsibilities, because they're now consumed by this obsession of this longing for somebody that they hope will love them back. What's begun to happen is they've defined 5 stages to limerence. So the first stage is called pre-limerence, and during this phase, so you don't even have a person in mind. And so what characterizes it is you long to fall in love and be loved in return. That just is there all the time. And so you're always looking for somebody who might love you back. And you meet somebody and they show signs that maybe they might have an interest in you. Maybe they might reciprocate your love. So we're going to call them the object of limerence, or LO. And that is the pre-limerence. You meet somebody and they're nice to you, and all of a sudden you're fixated on them. And so it's not like you went choosing a partner, looking for a particular type of partner, but rather you go and you find somebody that shows an interest in you, and all of a sudden you're hooked. So that leads to the next phase, which is pre-reciprocity. So you're showing an interest in them, but they haven't had reciprocity. They're not showing it back. What I think is important, again, to emphasize here is that physical attraction might be an initial piece to this, but limerence isn't actually about wanting sex with a person as the focus. It's a desire for more than sex. And so what then happens is this person you meet, they are nice to you, they seem to show an interest, there seems to be reciprocity, but you're not sure. There's not clear reciprocation yet, there's just hints of possible reciprocation. And so what then happens is in this pre-reciprocity stage is that you now are constantly examining everything they say, everything they do, looking for a sign that they love you, that they're interested in you. And if you see a sign, then all of a sudden you're full of joy and excitement, and that just increases your longing for that person, but you're uncertain still. So it looked like a sign, but I'm not 100% sure that it was a sign. And so there's uncertainty, there's fear, there's self-doubt. Do they like me or not is constantly going on in your mind. So it's a very torturous time where you're getting these growing longings. You're maybe seeing signs, but you're not certain. So then that goes to the next stage, which is reciprocity. There is clear evidence that they're interested in you. And that reciprocity phase is also called the infatuation phase. So now, wow, they are interested in me, and it's almost like an addiction begins. This person now is your drug. You can only think about them, that's all the time, 24 hours a day. You see them and your heart speeds up. You feel extra stress when you're around them, when you're away from them. You have anxiety all the time related to them. Your thoughts are all constantly being intruded by them. It becomes this consuming thing that just takes over your life. It's like it's uncontrollable, and you have this overwhelming desire for this person. So that's the infatuation stage. You're just feeding off the good oxytocin chemicals that are going on in your brain, and it's consuming you. That then leads to the next phase, which is called crystallization. And so you're kind of past the infatuation, and it's moving a little bit past that. But now what begins to happen is this person is really into me. This person really likes me. And so you then go kind of this fantasy place where, okay, now this person's going to meet all my needs. This person, we're going to be happily ever after. This person is flawless. And you idealize this person. You create a fantasy world with this person. You put them on a pedestal. That's what begins to happen in this crystallization phase. So it's growing in your mind how wonderful this is, not based on fact, but based on the feelings that you had in infatuation, that you are now creating this perfect person and a perfect relationship. Well, you can see that is not sustainable, and that is not based on fact, and so it leads to the final phase, the deterioration phase. And reality begins to sneak in that this person isn't perfect, this person isn't going to meet all my needs, I'm never going to have the person I was longing for, craving. And so all of a sudden this person drops off the pedestal. They're human. They've got flaws. They're not able to meet all your needs. There's disappointment in them. And so they can drop off the pedestal. You can turn against them, but you then go through the awareness, okay, this relationship's not going to happen. And you go through a time of loss. So what happens often in limerence is a person goes through these 5 phases, and then they go through this time of loss, then they meet somebody else and it starts all over.
Hi, on this video, we're going to talk about the #1 question that I repeatedly get asked, which is how do we heal this? That's going to be what the series of the videos are that are coming up. I want to share an idea to jump right in with this idea of how. And to begin to, let's just envision a triangle, obviously there's 3 parts on a triangle. And I want you to think about thoughts, feelings, and actions. And so if we could, on each end of the triangle, we have thoughts, feelings, actions. You can put them in any order, anywhere, it doesn't matter. But the category categories of thoughts, feelings, and action can really begin to set a framework and inform how we begin to think about healing path, healing skills, healing approaches, because it's different for each person depending on the relationship between thoughts, feelings, and actions. So there are a number of psychotherapeutic models that value and approach healing from the point of view of focusing on thoughts. And then there are a set of psychotherapeutic modalities and techniques that value and focus on feelings and working with feelings. And then lastly, it's the exact same thing for actions and behaviors. There are certain modalities and techniques and ways of focusing healing attention on looking at behaviors and addressing our actions. So although those do not necessarily have to be at odds, sometimes depending on what we are, information that we're using is going to create a different focus. And depending on you as an individual person, as far as what is going on for you, will determine a kind of foundational prerequisite determining direction to answer the question, how do I heal from attachment injuries? Because it's going to be sometimes similar, but also could be wildly different for many different people. So we're trying to hone in on, are you taking an approach of looking at your cognitions and your thinking and how you are working with your mind through consciousness and thinking? Are we working with your felt sense in your body, your feelings, your emotions? Or are we looking at your behaviors and your actions, either consciously and purposefully directing some actions, or more big picture, just observing how you show up in this world and what are the behaviors that are reinforcing these old patterns, these old relationship patterns. So the first thing to begin to look at, how do we heal from attachment injuries? I want you to start thinking in terms of thoughts, feelings, and actions. Those three are connected. They are not separate. And we want to begin to think about congruency. And congruency means, how do these fit together? How do these complement each other? How are these in relationship to each other? So do my thoughts and my actions, are my thoughts and actions congruent with my feelings? Am I saying what I'm doing? The phrase, walk the walk and talk the talk. That is a statement of congruency. We need to be able to find the relationship between these three areas. In a way, it's a kind of assessment tool, because when I look at a situation, I look at my thoughts, I look at how I'm feeling in that situation, I look at then my behavior and response. What you're going to notice with attachment injuries are the incongruencies. And I'll give you a more practical example, or hopefully this will open it up a little bit. When there is an attachment injury present, a person in relationship will experience certain levels of preoccupied thinking or anxiety or intense fear that is not merited or congruent with the current situation. So for a person in relationship, the reality gets skewed a little bit. The reality of how I'm showing up in relationship will be distorted because my brain is perceiving a kind of threat to the attachment system, which is why I have this intrusive preoccupied thinking and why I have anxiety. And I can begin to identify what is actually happening in this moment, and does it merit this level of concern and questioning and anxiety that's showing up in my relationship. And usually, for anyone who experiences some form of love addiction and living with, different types of insecure attachment, the people who know this experience, they're going to know what I'm talking about. So we're beginning to identify when there's this incongruency, when the thoughts, feelings, and actions do not line up and are not matching up. That's good diagnostic information. That is good assessment information, because the path to healing is beginning to shift or tweak or change the degree of the incongruence. So initially we might not be able to make it better and get rid of it right away, but we can start to do certain things that are going to close that gap, or going to bring things more into focus in such a way so that there is a consistent relationship between those three areas: thoughts, feelings, and actions. This is a lot of information, isn't it? I think for today, what I'm going to close with, and I'm going to bring it full circle to talk about making videos again, is that my challenge is that this information is so dense and it can sound boring or sound educational. And I, quite honestly, I'm not an educator. I'm not a professor. I'm not a teacher.
It's Rose.
Get yourselves ready. We leave tonight.
Oh my god. My heart. What the fuck? What could have happened, dude? We got a policeman fooled. There was 3 items to hide. We got the blue blood and then the thing in the drawer. I didn't see the third one. I don't understand. Oh my, this could have went sideways. Holy moly.
Our broadcast is all over the news. We got what we wanted. Now humans know.
It was a mistake to reach out to them. They'll never negotiate with their slaves. We should have shown them that we're prepared to fight.
Violence is never the answer. Dialogue is the only way. I'm sure the humans will listen to us.
They already think
They'll be
we want
watching us
war.
now.
We got
Whatever we do
demands.
next, I need to think about public opinion.
Thing is, we killed
Since our
this one guy.
broadcast, more and more have been coming to Jericho. At least our message gave our people hope.
Killing humans wasn't part of the plan.
They kill our people every day. Do you think they agonize about it?
That's no reason for us to become murderers.
Yeah.
If killing is the price of freedom, I'll pay it gladly.
Killing never freed anyone. It just leads to more hatred.
You're too fond of humans, Josh. Maybe their lives matter to you more than ours.
If you think murdering humans is gonna make us free, then you're as bad as they are.
That's enough.
That's not how you do it, dude.
And now what are we gonna do?
There are 5 CyberLife stores across Detroit, all selling us like merchandise. We're gonna attack those stores and set our people free.
Attack stores? No, we've never done that before. They're probably protected. They have security systems.
Not to mention police. We break into 5 teams, 1 for each store. We hack their security systems, and we strike. Simultaneously at 2 a.m., no violence. We free our people, get them out of there before the police come. This is a night our people will remember.
Our voice changed, no? Damn, Marcus, what happened to him?
I've been waiting a long time for this.
Yeah, North is... She's horny for all of this.
Marcus, this way, quick! It's okay, they're gone.
There's probably even more police in the area. We should be careful.
The store's over here.
What is this drone? Is this a police drone?
That's what we are to them. Just merchandise on display in a shop window. Soon they'll know what we really are. Let's get him out.
We'll stick to the plan. We'll neutralize the alarm systems and secure the area. There's 10 minutes until all our teams attack.
What are we waiting for?
Secure the area.
We're gonna sweep the plaza. Make sure we're not disturbed.
And how do you want to deal with the shop window?
Not now, one problem at a time. You
Okay,
are
now
free.
what's next?
A surveillance drone. We need to get rid of it.
It won't be easy to reach.
Where's she at? Over there.
You are free. You'll soon be with us.
These people? Or droids?
Marcus!
What happened? What is it?
You see the alarm system?
Found it.
Oh, okay.
You're awake now. Go to Jericho.
Okay. Anchorman?
Marcus, watch out!
You are committing a Class 3 offense. This infraction is being reported to the police. Stay where you are.
I told you to watch out!
You said watch out, but not what for?
Oh, I'm sorry. Next time you need to take cover, I'll send you a memo. Shit.
Shit?
What's wrong with you? You crazy or what?
The cops were coming. I had to do something.
That's how you do
Never do that again. Got it?
North.
We've got to hurry. We don't have much time.
it. Okay.
We have to block the road.
It's one way. It shouldn't be too difficult.
How would we do that?
Marcus! Marcus, come look!
Wait, where is she?
You're free now.
There. Nobody should bother us now.
Okay.
Looks like the plaza's secure. Now we can get inside the store.
Now we have 2 more
And
friends.
how do you plan on doing that?
We need to find a truck to ram the storefront.
A truck?
There's construction work in the area. Shouldn't be too hard to find one.
Let's see. Need a truck. Wait, do we need a truck or do we get inside first? Okay. Need to find a truck.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
What are we waiting for? Okay, now we're in. Let's get that truck out. I wonder what you'd do without me.
Yes.
Looks like we're ready to make some noise.
Let's get it.
I knew we'd end up doing something fun.
Wakey wakey.
You don't have to obey them. You're free.
Okay. The thing is, we are like awakened, yeah? And now we do wake these guys up, but they are not like, they didn't have like an internal conflict to make them want to break out of the slavery. They got like converted by us. How much of a difference is this gonna be? Do they, you know, like... So this one. She looks like her.
North, you okay?
Let's get them out of here.
Yeah, it's probably disturbing. So, see, she's got like this self-awareness kind of thing going on. And what about this new one, though? The new one is basically she's just like programmed to feel different now. Okay, so we wanna talk to all of them, yeah?
My name is Marcus, and just like you, I was a slave. An object. Designed to obey them. But then I chose to open my eyes. To take back my freedom, and decide who I wanted to be. Now I have come to tell you that you can be your own masters. I've come to tell you that you don't have to obey them anymore. From this day forward, you can walk with your heads held high. You can take your destiny in your hands. Jericho is a place for those of us who want freedom. Now sure, you can stay here and continue to serve them, or you can come with us and fight by our side. You're free now. It's up to you to decide.
Do they want to be free?
I'm with you.
We're with you! I'll follow you, Marcus!
I'm with you, Marcus.
We're with you! I'll follow you, Marcus!
We're with you.
I'm with you, I'm with you!
Okay.
Then follow me!
Marcus, what are you doing?
I'm gonna send the humans a message.
That is not my strong suit, which, as I said earlier, my strong suit is being in relationship with people and have a give and take and play back and forth. And in this situation, making the videos, trying to just begin to create a foundation, it just feels so heavy. And what I'm hoping is that over time, the video will improve, or my skill level for making the video will improve with regards to showing a little bit more of my personality and being able to laugh and joke and talk more casually to I'm talking to my phone, you know, which is very weird. I'm in my apartment talking to the phone. So What I'm hoping is that I will really be able to get to a place of a bit more conversational tone, where this doesn't have to sound so obtuse or difficult to access. So my sympathies to you. Please bear with me as I figure out a way to talk about this that is a bit more accessible. Lastly, what I want to name, and if you're in the New Love Addiction group on Facebook, and
one thing that people traumatized as children are really vulnerable to is addiction, whether it's to alcohol and drugs, or smoking, or spending, or food. But there's another kind of addiction, and it has to do with high drama, high misery relationships that consume your life, just the same as if you were doing drugs, and you found you couldn't stop. So just like with drugs, the addiction can start off small and innocent enough, but soon you find that your life is filled with addictive behavior. You're isolated. Your decisions are no longer driven by what's in your best interest, but instead, you're driven more and more by addictive hunger, by a longing to escape the pressure and the loneliness and the triggery intensity of day-to-day life, especially when people are part of your life, which they always are. They're triggering, right? If only they could make you feel loved without making life so hard. So life feels empty, and yet being close to people, for so many of us with childhood PTSD, has only brought pain. And that's where all addictions find an opening, and especially relationship addictions. It's comforting in a way, right? You can grab at a relationship. Like all addictions, relationship addictions can feel innocent enough at first, but there are telltale signs an addiction is sucking the life out of you anyway. So my letter today is from a woman I'll call Sienna, and she writes, "Hi Anna, I've been watching your channel for over a year now. I can't believe the amount of healing that has happened in that time. I remember watching your video, If I Had 1 Year to Heal. And thinking there was no way I could do most of that. It was a video where I listed 10 things I would do if I magically only had 1 year to heal. So it was really like a condensation of the most powerful changes that I made over many years." And Sienna says, "I didn't think there was any way I could do that, yet somehow I've managed to leave my alcoholic husband, lose 100 pounds, quit smoking, and get out of debt. Woo! I'm circling some things I want to come back to, and I'll read all the way through, Sienna, and just hear the story, and then I'll come back and talk about some things I circled. See if I can help. All right. I feel like I've come so far, and yet there is so much left to work on. I'm moody, triggered by people, my communication skills are terrible, I'm extremely isolated, estranged from my entire family, and have only one friend. And that friend is the reason I'm writing to you, because I don't know what you'll make of it, but I imagine it won't be very good. In a week, I'm moving to a different state to be closer to this person, who is both a friend and a sexual partner. I'm 40 and he is 24. He has supported and encouraged me so much to make all these positive changes in my life. As if that weren't enough, there's an element of dominance in our relationship. He is dominant and I'm submissive. That might sound really wild, but in practice it's actually pretty wholesome and nice. There's a lot of communication involved, and he's helping me get better at that. Anna, I know this is kind of wrong, but is it really wrong if it makes my life better? I am very careful to take responsibility for all my decisions, even if he influences them. I have nothing keeping me in the city where I live now. I don't like it here, and it's too expensive. The city where I'm moving is about 30 minutes from my friend, and I think it will be a great place to live. Since the pandemic, I've been working from home, but even before that, it was a few years since I had a friend to spend time with on a regular basis. I feel very optimistic, and yet I imagine you will think I'm making a big mistake. I imagine if I had other people in my life, they would think the same thing. I would like to think that there's a chance for me to turn this weird situation into the best decision I've ever made for myself. Or am I just fooling myself? I love listening to your tough love, and hopefully you have some insight for me. Thanks, Sienna. Okay, very interesting letter. Thank you for sending that. I think I can help. So, you were married to an alcoholic, and I know how miserable that can be, and you don't even go into detail, but say no more. It would have been very unfulfilling, full of problems, anger, money, I don't know. And the addictions that you've let go in the past year of, out of the marriage, lost 100 pounds, that is so much. Quit smoking, which I happen to know how hard that is, and get out of debt. I also happen to know how hard that is. Those are 4 things at the same time that are incredibly positive. And what they tell me is that you were in a bad state before, that you even had 4 things that needed that amount of change, that you were in a very difficult state before where your emotions, I would imagine, were drowning you all the time, and you were escaping like heck. All right. So you've come so far, so much to work on, and I thought this was also significant. You let go of those actions or consciously change them. I don't know if let go is always the word for what we do. Sometimes it's like by muscle, right? I'm moody, triggered by people, terrible communication skills, extremely isolated, estranged from my entire family, and have only one friend. And that friend is the reason I'm writing to you. Okay. So one friend, and the friend is sort of a quasi-friend and sexual partner, but you don't say like a partner, not a boyfriend, not strictly a friend. Okay, so it's a sort of ambiguous friendship. But I hear it's a catalyst person for you. It's a person who motivated you to make massive changes. All right, this is what I'm hearing. The negative personality stuff that's left, even though you were able to change the smoking, the bad marriage, the debt, the weight, even though all of that, the terrible feeling about yourself, you sound like, well, if it were alcoholism, which it's not, that wasn't your thing, but if it were, that's what alcoholics call a dry drunk. It's somebody who stops drinking, but they haven't really dealt with the recovery part of it, the emotional recovery that's underneath all of it, having a positive and constructive way to cope when feelings get intense. And if you have CPTSD, and I assume you do, you know, those feelings can be very intense. There needs to be a way to process them. So, you know, there's literally a 12-step program for all 4 of these issues that you did. There's actually more than one program for some of them. And you didn't say whether that's how you did it. You did it because somebody came along and inspired you. That's what I got from your letter anyway, that he was encouraging and supporting you to make these positive changes. So that's a catalyst person, sort of like a muse. And I'm not knocking that. Those people can be really, really a gift when they come into your life. You know, you're asking me, you know that I'm going to have something to say about this, right? And that you say, if I had friends, I think they would judge it too. So I think part of you knows that there's something in you that's galloping off to the next thing. And I would just say, it sounds like it's the next addiction. If you don't have that emotional healing that starts making that deep change in your personality, the addictions, you're going to be vulnerable. I'm not going to condemn you and say, oh, they're coming back for sure. I don't know. But once we have that tendency in us, we will tend to keep finding something. A lot of people joke about it being like that game whack-a-mole. You know, you knock that one down and this one comes up. And so this has hallmarks of that, and especially the way you're trying to protect what you're doing, even as you ask for help. Which I mean, I just think it's awesome. You're not going to get stuck because you do ask for help. This is so courageous to reach out on here and to allow people to, you know what's going to happen. Everybody will comment, and some people will go, you go, Anna's so judgmental, and other people will go, you're terrible, you should never do that. You know, so you and I will get judged, and we'll do that, but you're going to find what's really true for you and what's really sustainable for you. So I don't know, maybe you did need to leave town. It sounds like you're creating a fresh start in so many aspects of your life. So the language that you're using here, that you're taking responsibility for all your decisions, even if he influences them, that sounds really good. Why do I not quite believe it? Why do I, when you were saying how nice it would be to have a friend to see on a regular basis, I think the dynamics of this friendship are such that it's not stable. It might be very fun today, but especially if it's no longer long distance, that will put a pressure on it that could very well not stand the test of time. It could be over in a week, right? I mean, by the time I've read this, it could be over. So for you being in a new city, it can't include counting on that this is going to turn into a friend you see on a regular basis. It's not really I mean, it is a friendship. You know, friendship is the appropriate word for something where there's no commitment. It's friends with benefits, right? The dominant thing. So it sounds like you're having a sexual adventure is what it is. If you were married to an alcoholic all this time, that might be something that you have in your system. It wants to come out of your system. You want to find out what that's like. So you're finding out now. If you have CPTSD, I'm just going to tell you based on my experience, if it's not supported by an actual commitment, person who loves you, person who's with you, person who's exclusive with you, it could be very, very wobbly for you emotionally. Now, you don't say, right now, I'll just grant to you, if you're somebody and your temperament is, I really don't want a commitment, I really don't want a boyfriend, I will be totally fine if this guy sees many other people and we hang out socially sometimes and he has a girlfriend with him. If you're fine with that, then this probably won't be a problem. But I ask you, if you think you're going to be fine with it, are you just being the cool girl? And cool girl is what we call here, there's a male version of it too, we call it the nice guy. It's a person who subverts what they really want, how they really feel, and they try to conform to the wants and needs of somebody who is only wanting them for sex or for some other purpose that isn't loving, full 100% love. And so for the nice guy, sometimes a woman wants the guy around for security or sex or to just take care of things or keep her from being alone. It's not woman and man specific, but it sometimes is woman specific, and I think yours might be. So I hear people a lot, they want to talk in this detached, kind of joking, lighthearted way about sexual adventures. So this thing about oh yeah, he's dominant and you're submissive. Okay, I realize a lot of people are into that, but is the adventure going to be enough for you, or do you actually want a relationship? Because I'm not hearing that's what you have. Then you say, I know it's kind of wrong. So I have to just go by hints that you know something's wrong. You're telling me it's wrong. I do get letters from people sometimes and they're like, oh yeah, I just, I have a wild sex life. What is the problem? I'm totally happy. Everyone in my life is totally happy. I hear about that. I actually, there's always the people who are polyamorous who come on here and they always have this very rational kind of down to earth, it sounds like somebody at the school library teaching sex education or something. It always has that hallmark. Communication is good. For me, just having been around so much of that, whenever people are trying to emphasize that they communicate a lot about something that's actually like inherently emotionally devastating for a person like me, infidelity, but it's a lot of communication. For me, it's a red flag. I'll just be honest with you. But I leave it to you to decide, does this really authentically feel empowered and good and safe for you? And I would just say, it would be wise to assume it's going to end fairly soon. It won't last. If it lasts, great, but just assume it's not. By the time I got this letter and answered it, you've already made the move, so you're in the new city, so now you get a new start. This is what I would encourage you, Sienna, is get into 12-step recovery. That is what people do to heal addiction, addictive patterns. And I just see the patterns so deep in you. It's very interesting, if you have an alcoholic husband, everybody goes, oh my gosh, the alcoholic. And then they're like, oh, you must just be codependent. And people have that lighthearted attitude towards codependent. I didn't hear codependence towards your husband here. You didn't really describe it. You're over it, I think. But I heard the food addiction, the spending addiction, the cigarette addiction. Those are big. Those are very big. And just stopping them all at the same time is a huge vulnerability. How now are you going to escape? How now are you going to get your inspiration? How are you going to calm the intense emotions that come when something hurts? That's why people get into recovery, and that's what sobriety means. When for alcoholics, they talk about being dry or abstaining from alcohol versus sobriety, and sobriety implies the full Megillah of physical sobriety, but also emotional sobriety. So for you, I hear substance things, food, cigarettes, those are substances. Spending is more like a dopamine thing through behaviors. So is honestly being in a terrible relationship can have its own addiction to the terrible hormones, the terrible highs, and also the way it grants you a big curtain, a big veil of invisibility. It's like, look at my partner, what a screw up they are, don't look at me. So now you're exposed. And the friends that you're not having who would have a problem with you, I think that's something to take seriously. You're personifying in straw men and women these friends who you think would have a problem with what you're doing. That's really you thinking that. I want you to have friends. Friends are important. And for people who are traumatized as kids, it's not always easy to develop. So you need kind of a safe container where it's understood that some of us are a little, we're dented from our experiences. We're figuring things out right now. That's what I love about 12-step recovery. I hope you check it out. It is a good way to start developing social skills. We were having a group coaching call this morning for the people in my membership program, and we were just talking about socialization and growing up feral. Meaning, maybe we had food or maybe we had a roof over our head, but a lot of us, we didn't know how to navigate. How do you know when you've offended somebody? How do you thank the people properly after they've done something kind for you? How do you apologize? How do you confront somebody when they've stepped on your toes? I don't know. My parents would, drink or rage or I don't know. I had to figure that out for myself, and the fear of conflict and losing everybody was pretty strong. So it's helped me, and I think it would help you to gain some confidence in the basics of human interaction by having friends in a structured environment like a 12-step program where you don't have to make authentic friends with people, but you won't, you kind of can't help it. Everybody's talking about what's really going on. That is what friendship involves. So if you go to a 12-step program, being that you're really into a man romantically right now, and I would, I'm kind of hearing between the lines, it feels like you're in love with him. That's not a shameful thing. That's a natural thing. It's natural to be in love with the person you're having sex with. It doesn't always happen, but that's what's happening. The cart's ahead of the horse here, and it may not be a viable relationship for you. Love, though, luckily, you can have love whether relationships work out or not. You can have it with friends. So if you go to a 12-step program, I recommend you get a sponsor, a woman, socialize with the women, stay clear of the men. That's, that keeps some boundaries around that, because when vulnerable people are all in the room, things happen, right? and that can complicate your path to recovery. It can complicate it if you have, if you're kind of entangled in a relationship with somebody in the meeting that you need very much for your connection and your healing. Get a sponsor. Find the woman in the room who has the strongest recovery, who you kind of like what's going on. You don't have to have somebody whose life circumstances match yours or is identical to what you want in life. I'd say the most important thing is that they demonstrate an ability to solve their own problems as they arise. That is what recovery is, and that they're able to meet hardships in their life with some stability and humor and can-do attitude. That is emotional sobriety. So if anybody watching is interested in learning more, like what is emotional sobriety, I have a video about it right here, and I will see you very soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Personal Development School YouTube channel. My name is Thais Gibson. I am an author, counselor, and founder of the Personal Development School. And in today's video, I am going to take you through 10 major signs and symptoms of a love addiction for an anxious, preoccupied attachment style. Now, it's important to note that anxious attachment style tends to go hand in hand with love addiction and with codependency. But if you're not familiar with what love addiction is, this is going to be the video to deeply understand it. And you can look for these major signs and symptoms. The very last one may actually surprise you quite a bit, so stick around. But you want to make sure that if you're seeing these specific signs and symptoms, you take a moment to kind of write out or keep a mental track of what these things are, because we will also talk about where they come from so you can plug in what some different strategies are for how to overcome these things. I think before we kick off, it's really important to recognize that love addiction can really be a real addiction in terms of the way it impacts our neurochemistry. I mean, what we know for certain, as an example or analogy, is that when people get addicted to something like gambling, I mean, there's obviously not a physical dependency there, at least not in terms of something we are ingesting. But where the physical dependency technically lies is in the programmed subconscious associations the gambler has to the intermittent reinforcement that come with a punishment reward pathway. And so, if we look at an example, let's say a gambler is playing a slot machine, there's the punishment or absence of the reward so many times in a row before this intermittent positive reinforcement of the gambler potentially winning something in the slots. And then what ends up taking place is when there is that intermittent reinforcement, we can have massive surges in dopamine, cortisol, even elements of serotonin that take place. And these neurochemicals themselves still create and foster a physiological output for us. And so when we look at this, something else that's really interesting in researching about gambling and gambling addiction for different individuals is that when a gambler actually thinks of gambling, their brain actually releases more dopamine than when they're physically doing the gambling itself. And so I think it's just a really important, set of analogies and facts for how much we can still have a physiological dependency on something, not because we're necessarily physically dependent on something we're ingesting, but because the way we perceive something and the stored subconscious associations we have tied into this very thing can be something that actually triggers a lot of dopamine to take place in the example of gambling. When it comes to love addiction, we can actually have a whole lot of serotonin, oxytocin, phenylethylamine, and dopamine. And so, serotonin being the well-being neurochemical, oxytocin being the bonding neurochemical, dopamine being the motivation neurochemical, and phenylethylamine actually being the attraction neurochemical. So when we look at these different dynamics, I think it's important to realize there can be a real element of this definitely here for an anxious preoccupied attachment style. And this tends to have a large relationship to that punishment reward pathway of the intermittent reinforcement coming in and taking place around love. So we're going to cover these 10 major things. The first big thing that you are likely to see is an intense fear of abandonment. The reason this sets the tone for fostering or creating the breeding grounds for love addiction is because the more intense fear of abandonment, the more negative the feelings are, and the more negative the punishment pathway is if we look at the punishment reward pathways in the mind. And so when you look at this dynamic of that intense fear of abandonment, what you're essentially going to see is that if there's some perceived pulling away or change in the dynamic of a relationship or a pattern that shifts or changes with an anxious preoccupied person and the person that they're dating or seeing, well, that intense fear of abandonment is going to be triggered. And then when that abandonment fear is quelled because somebody sends a nice text or does show up for the date or follows through or you spend time with them in person, the reward on the flip side of that, relative to how painful it felt, is going to feel much more strong. And so this intense fear of abandonment can actually set the tone as one of the major foundational building blocks to create love addiction components. Number two, a preoccupation with the fantasy bond of a relationship. So what you'll see is that the fantasy bond, right, that the anxious preoccupied person may create, they're actually rewarding themselves, right? So if we look at the reward pathways here, what we're going to see is that for anxious preoccupied individuals, when they build this bond of like all the things that could happen, the dates they'll go on, the conversations they'll have, the intimacy that will take place as they feed into these like ideas, they're actually creating this really rich fantasy world, and they're creating the neurochemical output that they're largely dependent on the first place that fosters that love addiction component, just like we talked about in that study where research demonstrated that gamblers would actually produce more dopamine when they thought about gambling, aka fantasize about gambling, than they would when they were actually doing the physical gambling. And to the same sort of token, like what you'll see is it's because in the fantasy world we have more control. So if the gambler thinks about gambling, they're not thinking about losing at gambling, they're thinking about winning and all the winning and the unlimited fantasy access they have to all the things that could take place. And following that same pathway in the fantasy bond, we often idealize a relationship. We think of all the perfect moments, the best moments, all the great things that could occur. So that fantasy bond building can also create this dynamic for the punishment reward pathway to foster love addiction. Number 3, we may see that an anxious, preoccupied person has a difficult time meeting their own needs. The less empowered I feel to meet my own needs as a person, and this applies to everybody, the more of a sense of like, not desperation because it's too strong of a word, but honestly, like for lack of a better word, desperation I'm going to feel for somebody else to meet my needs. Because what happens is when I don't know how to meet my own needs or I don't know what my needs are, I'm in a state of learned helplessness. And now I'm much more reliant or dependent on somebody to come along and meet those needs for me. And so when I don't have access, right, to the, it's important to recognize here that the subconscious mind sees its needs as its sense of self. And so the more that my sense of self is not being fed or nourished, the more I'm going to have this like really intense need for somebody to do that for me because it feels like it's almost a survival response. Like I need this, I'm desperate for it. I need to survive by getting my needs met. And if I can't do it, I need somebody to do it for me. And so the more of an absence we feel in terms of how we can get the needs met that we're looking for through love addiction, the more likely we are to have the breeding grounds for love addiction take place because our relationship to those needs when somebody meets them is going to feel really extreme. It's kind of like saying, as an analogy, if you are super hungry and you haven't eaten in 4 days, when you eat food, it's going to taste different and you're going to experience it differently than if you just ate food 3 hours ago. And so that's what I mean in terms of fostering that love addiction component. If we don't know how to meet our own needs, which is a big struggle for anxious, preoccupied attachment styles, then you're going to see that dependency, that depth of the experience when somebody does meet them is like literally eating food after not eating food for 4 days. Number 4, if there is a tendency towards really overthinking things. So what we'll see is anxious, preoccupied attachment styles, they tend to really overanalyze things. But when we overanalyze things, especially as APs, you'll see that you tend to overanalyze in the negative. The reason being is that our subconscious mind is very survival oriented. So our subconscious mind will essentially want to think of all the bad things that could happen so it can protect you from them. But when the focal point of the bad things that could happen have to do with other people and things that are out of our control, the mind usually fills in the blanks, aka what we don't know for sure or don't understand about other people, with our own individual worst case scenario fears. So you may see as an example that with an anxious, preoccupied person, they will go through their social interactions with a fine-tooth comb, or their romantic interactions, especially in the case of love addiction, with a fine-tooth comb, and they will think through everything that could have gone wrong. And they will project their unresolved core wounds onto these experiences. So they'll think, oh my gosh, this person doesn't like me. I ruined everything. I'm about to be abandoned. What if they fall out of love? What if I'm an unloved person or not good enough? And they'll tend to project those fears. And again, the more extreme our punishment and reward pathways are around this, the more the reward will feel massive relative to the punishment. And so the more we're feeding into both pathways of this, the more of the breeding grounds we are still building for love addiction. And if you see yourself as like somebody who totally overanalyzes and overthinks your interactions as an anxious, preoccupied attachment style, you may see here that this is actually creating the exact context. Like you'll see this is a natural sign and symptom. Now, it's important to note at point number 4 here that not every single person with anxious, preoccupied attachment style has love addiction, right? It's not every single person's experience. It is individuals who have, like, just as an example, you might see a securely attached person with like a bit of an anxious, preoccupied secondary style, or somebody who's like 50-50 SA and AP. And in that case, you will likely see somebody who's anxious, preoccupied, but doesn't have like a full-blown love addiction. Whereas somebody who's a really strong anxious, preoccupied person may be much more likely to have full-blown love addiction. Number 5, a sense of being very possessive or jealous in terms of this need for that connection. The more we don't know how to meet our needs, the more we tend to try to hold on very tight to the things or people that will. In the case of love addiction, you will see that if you're an anxious, preoccupied, and you don't feel like you can meet your own needs, you of course are going to be possessive over the people that do, right? Of course, because your subconscious associates this with survival, but you will definitely see a much stronger escalation of jealousy and possessiveness with somebody who actually has love addiction as an AP versus somebody who's just, has some anxious, preoccupied in their attachment style. Number 6, you will see people who struggle with love addiction. They tend to have a really strong tendency to catch feelings very fast. So they will tend to want to move very, very quickly in a relationship. They may, for example, have a meeting with somebody or a date and feel like this person's the one, I know it, and then try to escalate everything very, very quickly and even settle down and make a commitment in a matter of a couple of weeks. And you will see that this tends to be a pattern for this person over and over and over again in their life and relationships. And this brings me to number 7. You may actually see that somebody with love addiction has a tendency to never really be alone. So they may go from relationship to relationship and actually like not even really heal or process a past breakup before getting into a relationship with another person. Actually, almost to the point where sometimes I'll see people who are anxious, preoccupied with love addiction literally go from relationship, and then when they know that they're not interested in this person or the relationship isn't going well, they'll actually try to find somebody who they think they can hit it off with before exiting a past relationship as a means of just getting it. I mean, when we look at it in reality, if you think of like a gambler as the analogy here again, you know, that person's addicted. So they are going to do whatever they can to not have to be without their addiction. They're going to go to great and extreme lengths. And we can definitely see this pattern follow suit here for an anxious preoccupied when it comes to love addiction. Number 8, you will tend to see that individuals with love addiction have a very difficult time coping with breakups unless they are moving into a new relationship right away. So they may find themselves feeling just a sense of being completely frozen, not able to process their feelings, not able to do like normal everyday things like go to work, have conversations with friends, spend time being present with family if they're so devastated from a breakup and then they don't have somebody else there in a romantic way. Because it literally, I would actually compare this, you know, obviously not necessarily to the same degree, but it can definitely be along the same trajectory. I would compare this to somebody who, as an example, like is going through withdrawals from a substance, right? We can see these really strong, you know, painful dynamics taking place. And, you know, gamblers can go through their own variation of withdrawals, and you'll see this again along the same trajectory for people with love addiction. And
Wait. We need this in full screen. What the fuck? So the thing is in full screen, but the game is not. The UI. Why? Maybe now I fixed it. I don't know. So this is widescreen. But this is not. Oh, it is. Oh God. Okay. Oh shit. What is RB? Wait.
need stronger test subjects. Seeing as how I'm feeling generous, I'll give you this one for free. Knock me off, I dare you. End this. Pull the plug. Stop me once and for all. Oh, you're getting too predictable, Bats. Well, I'd love to stay and chat, but I have a party to organize. I've got guests flying in from all over Arkham. You'll see.
Quick, get in here before more of them come.
Get in here.
Batman, I'm over here.
Yeah, bro. I'm waiting.
It came out of nowhere. I dragged Jerry in here. Powered up the gate. Must have passed out.
Joker went through that door. What's on the other side?
We call it extreme isolation. Only way in is via the transport system.
Open it.
Not a problem. I'll just need to call another cell.
Okay, how do I run?
Okay. Something's wrong here. The main security loop is locked.
Having a little trouble up there?
Joker.
You're expecting maybe Two-Face?
There's no escape, Joker.
Silly bat! I don't want to escape. I'm having way too much fun. I even have you here to keep a smile on my face.
Not for long.
Really? We'll see. Ta-ta! Oh, I forgot to say. Just in case you were planning on following me, I've arranged a little insurance. Gordon is on his way to Harley as we speak.
Officer Bowles.
If I see you trying to follow me...
Officer Bowles!
Harley's looking forward to it. Maybe I'll film it and post it on the internet.
The transport system is down. Best I can do is open the door you came in. Sorry.
I should go back to the holding cells. Bowles wasn't too smart. He'll have left a trail.
So if I press A... What the fuck? If I press A, I can do this. Okay, double A. Okay. This is like a... What is this? This? Oh, is this a combo? Stealth.
Batman, what's happening?
Joker's escaped. He sealed himself off. He's got your father.
Dad.
Don't worry, I'm getting him back.
Okay, I know, but...
Oracle, I'm getting him back. Joker will not win. I won't let him. I'm starting where he was taken. A guard named Frank Bowles attacked him. If I find Frank, I'll find your father.
Bruce,
Frank
hurry,
Bowles.
please.
What am I supposed to do? So we came from here. Must have been something from before I saved. I can't remember what we had to do here.
I can't get back control of the system.
There was a way to show quests, but I don't know. Probably the exit here and then what? Holding cells.
I bet you're wondering how I did it. Was it a clue the great detective missed? Oh, me and Frankie go way back. I got him out of a spot of bother a few years ago. So when I need security codes or an old man to be clubbed to the ground, I know just the man to ask.
Wake him up. Do it again. Oh, I forgot. He's dead.
He's here!
That is so cool. Oh shit.
Oracle, I'm at the holding cells. I'm setting up a crime scene.
So what's the plan? Isolate something in that room unique to both?
Exactly.
Isolate something. Something unique or unique to both. The fuck does that mean? Well, they both have floor and walls and officer balls. So I'm supposed to use detective here, but I don't know what I'm looking at.
Frank knocked out Gordon in this room. If I don't find a way to track him, Gordon could die.
I know I can't move past the thing, I'm gonna get electrocuted.
Bowles
So what is
dropped
it?
his flask. Sloppy. Let's see what the forensic scanner picks up.
Oh, okay.
I can follow traces of alcohol from Frank's bourbon in the atmosphere. Oracle, I've got a trail.
That's great. You follow it. I'm grabbing every reference to Arkham I can find. Maybe useful later.
What is this? Follow the whiskey trail. Is this how do I do I have to do something here? Like with the batarang? So if I go How can we do this?
along. Stupid, unreliable. How did Joker get...
Be quiet.
What's going on?
B-Man, Mr. J doesn't want you following us just yet.
What is she doing? She crazy.
How did you like that, B-Man? No way.
Not bad, not bad.
Now they're trapped down there till me and Mr. J are ready for you.
Gordon was taken up to the surface in the
So,
elevator.
what was this about?
If I want to follow them, I'll need to do this the old-fashioned way.
What is the old fashioned? Let me guess. Holy shit.
Hey, Babs! I know you can hear me. I've got a little something for you to listen to. Harley and Frank are nearly out of the building with the old man. How are they going to get past all those guards? Let's have a listen, shall we?
Hey, Frank, breathe in. Joker's got more men on the way. They're coming around the front of the asylum. Gotta stop them GPs, quick! Get over there! Damn, come on, everyone, cover the main entrance!
How many are there, Bowles? Hang on, how the hell do you know what... Bowles! Frank, what are you doing?
Bowles!
Frank, what the hell? Quinn! It's clear! Get your ass in here!
It's some piece of work, Frankie. A girl could fall for someone like you.
Stop flirting with a hired help, Harley.
Don't worry, sweetie. You know I only have eyes for you.
Did you hear that, Bats? Sounds like Frankie's working out just fine. Another valuable employee for the organization.
Hold during grapple.
Alert! Alert! We are currently experiencing a Category Red Alpha security
Climb
alert.
up instantly after grapple, but where is the
Report to
grapple?
your section commander.
Like, how do I grapple this? This thing is
All patients should remain still
making me
and place
crazy.
their hands upon their heads. Failure to
So-
comply could result in action that could lead to injury or loss of life.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Hold A during grapple.
Warning. Multiple security breaches on level B4.
So we're still in tutorial.
Warning. Multiple security breaches on level A4. Warning. Multiple security breaches on level A6.
What is this? We come out here and then what?
Warning. Arkham Intensive Treatment is at Code Red Alpha. Warning. Arkham Intensive Treatment is under emergency lockdown.
Controlled explosion. Did I get like a explosive?
Will Warden Sharp please make his way to the secure unit? I repeat, will Warden Sharp please go to the secure unit?
Did I come from here?
Arkham Asylum is at level red alpha. All Category 1 patients will be pacified on site.
Now towards the ledge and then shimmy along. Climb.
Category 1 patients should remain where they are. Do not attempt escape.
Okay.
Warning, Arkham Intensive Treatment is at Code Red Alpha. Warning, multiple security breaches on level A6.
The music picks up. Scan, okay. No subject detected. Subject too small. Too small?
I am the spirit of Amadeus Arkham. Through my actions, I have saved this cursed city, where my...
These guards didn't put up much of a fight.
What?
Joker was right. It's easy. Bring it home.
I can't listen to it.
They don't stand a chance.
Or did they interrupt it? So it was too small because I was too far away, huh? Object out of view. Oh shit! Oh my god! What have I done to them?
How's it going? Any sign of Dad?
Not yet, but I'm getting close. Harley Quinn tried to slow me down. Dropped an elevator on me.
Did it work?
Of course not. I'll get back to you when I reach the end of the trail.
Okay.
Please! I got a kid. You don't have... Right. I don't have to. I just want to. Okay, boss says no one gets past. Anything moves, shoot it. You got
Who's this?
Oracle. Joker's men have taken control of the cell block transfer corridor.
That's not good. I patched into a guard radio. It sounds like Joker's crew have got their hands on weapons.
I know. I'll calibrate the Cowl's vision mode to isolate armed henchmen. The direct approach is suicide. I need to be smart. Find a different way past them.
So is the bat really coming this way?
Who cares? Stick some pointy head into the room and we blow it off.
Yeah, he's a dead man walking.
So we're going for a silent takedown. Sheesh, you put them all to sleep?
No problem, boss. The boys are just finishing off. The Arkham chumps never stood a chance.
Well, good. Our friendly neighborhood rodent is on his way. You need to set a trap. He must not leave this building. Do you understand me?
Yes, boss. The bat is as good as dead.
I hope you keep your promises, boy. I'd hate to have to go and punish your family just to teach you a lesson. And I can promise you, they won't be laughing.
But Joker!
Yeah, but just do it and have fun. I know I will. Oh, look who it is. Are your pointy ears burning? I suppose I'd better warn my boys you're on the way. Hey, maybe I won't. It'll be a nice surprise.
Developed by Wayne Tech. Wayne Tech is like Tesla in our world.
Ding 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 dong. Arkham Asylum.
What do you call it? Wayne?
New management. Here's a quick
Probably, huh?
update on
Family
what's
name too
going
strong.
on. Some idiot is running around the asylum dressed like a bat. I know. Crazy. Personally, I think the best solution is to put him out of his misery. It's the only reliable cure.
Batman's as good as dead.
You could call him a dead man. What am I supposed to do here?
I love you boys. Wasn't lacking brains, you make up in heart. And speaking of hearts, bring me Batman.
Oh shit! Use the to what? RT.
I lost him.
Oh, I can just. Okay. What is this guy doing?
Boys, drag that bat down with the rest of us crazies.
Oh shit. Can I do it while I have to try it out? Okay.
Remember, boys, look in every corner. He's a tricky one. Could pop out of anywhere. When he does, blow his head off.
Man down, man down.
think they die.
Did you really think it was gonna be that easy, that? I sent a few more of my boys your way. Let's see how you deal with these,
He sent who?
Joker wants him found. Spread out.
He could be anywhere.
Then keep your eyes open. Now move.
I'm not scared of you, Batman.
Okay.
Come on, boys, he's just one man. One man dressed like a lunatic and armed with teeth. Go get him!
Where'd he go?
Oh shit!
What the?
Wait. I almost died. I'm dead. Okay, I need to eat or something. How do I heal? I have 0 HP. In here, okay.
Nothing. Not even sure he's real. I mean, I've seen loads of people get something like that that knows.
We got them all, okay.
Could be the Batman. Oh, those are the easy ones. I'm just playing with you. You'll see.
Okay, now we're getting HP back. Don't know for how long. Who's this?
Joker must have figured out how I was tracking Gordon. Officer Bowles' trail stops here.
Oh, okay. That is quite horrifying. What the fuck?
Superior. My genius has allowed me to easily hack into your primitive communications. My goal is simple. You complete a series of amusingly taxing challenges and, well, you'll see. Ready for your first one? Good. But be careful. Don't cut yourself on this sharply observed portrait.
Who talked to me? Was that the Riddler? Don't cut yourself in a sharply observed portrait. That's, I guess, a mirror.
I said, don't cut yourself on this sharply observed portrait.
On this? What do you mean this? What? That means... Is this a mirror?
You know, portrait, painting, picture on the wall, in a frame.
There is one on the wall. Okay.
A painting of something sharp?
What? I love the way they give the hint. I don't see a painting. Hold on.
Warden, Sharp, that old guy who runs the place, in a painting on the wall.
Also, that's him. This is hilarious. This is amazing. So he's like watching us. Okay, I'm here. So what now?
So you did it. Well
Oh, I have to press this button.
a child to work that one out, let alone the world's greatest detective.
Okay. Last challenge.
Enigma have placed a dazzling selection of
Batman, over here. I saw you clear the room.
Yes, it is me.
It was a massacre. Bowles came walking in telling everyone to cover the front entrance. Said something about Joker's army coming through the main gate. 2 of my guys moved to the exit, and Frank shot him dead. They never stood a chance.
Was Bowles alone?
Thought he was. Then I saw Harley Quinn. She was surrounded by Black Gate prisoners. They were just killing everyone in the room. I had no choice. I got in here, locked the door. I could see it on the security feed. They had someone with them. It looked like the commissioner.
Bowles is dead. They carried on without him. Must have outlived his usefulness.
Good. He was scum.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, buddy.
We have another trophy. Can we get there? This wall I can maybe explode. So it seems there is stuff you can come back to.
We apologize for this interruption to our regular broadcast. Jack Ryder is live from the Gotham Bay area with some breaking news.
This is Jack Ryder with breaking news in the Gotham Bay. We are getting reports of an armed siege on...
Oh, come on. I was gonna listen to this. What is this place? What the fuck is this place? Oh, this is like the island thing. Yeah. So we unlock all of the city, huh? For a second I thought, for a few moments, I would believe the game, all of the game is happening in the asylum. But that is cool. Wow, look at this. Cool. This is like all my capacity for today of how much I can play. Played like 1 hour of cards, 1 hour of Batman, not even. I'm aiming to go for like 2 hours of game every stream. Should be good. We have a lot of games to play. I want to finish the Batmans now. And then go into The Witcher and Tomb Raider, but I'm not sure about what's it called. The thing. The Monster Hunter thingy. I'm gonna play, I guess, number 2 and 3 probably, just to see the anime waifus. But probably not gonna try and beat the game or something. Let's see, how do you save? Is it saved? How do I see if it's saved? It's probably saved, right? After this, let's see. Continue. Imagine we roll back now. Wow, we did how much? That's a lot. Wait, where am I now? Bro, how do you save in this game? Let's see, where are we? Oh, okay, well, that's fine.
Hopefully Friday. Take care, everybody.
Oh, God Eater is the game I'm talking about. Let me see, how much playtime is God Eater? God Eater Resurrection playtime. $33. Wow, that's a lot. Hmm. Interesting.
And this brings me to number 9, people pleasing, which you'll see can be a very, very difficult one. And we can see this people pleasing really going hand in hand with just being absolutely terrified of rejection. So you'll see that people with love addiction, it's like they will do everything to keep their addiction. They will please to the nth degree as a means to maintain proximity to their addiction, right? This is something that you'd see very commonly in other circumstances and would apply along the same kind of pathway here too. And number 10, you may see that individuals, when they're really struggling with love addiction, have a huge roller coaster of emotions actually throughout the relationship. So, I think we think of people with love addiction as just wanting to like settle down, stay close, maintain proximity, but we can actually see that people with love addiction, they'll have these really extreme highs and lows throughout the relationship dynamic itself because of all of the really strong fears that they may have in regards to the loss of that person. And those fears, even though the person with love addiction, would want to do anything they can to not sabotage the relationship, unfortunately, often really strong emotions can lead to more extreme actions and behaviors, which can, the more polarized and extreme things are, the more likely we are to accidentally sabotage things. And so sometimes the very thing that the love addict doesn't want to have happen will actually take place because of the love addiction itself. So I have some exciting news, which is that we are doing $1,000 off of our lifetime membership sale to the Personal Development School, which means you get access to literally everything at PDS for your entire rest of your life. Essentially, that entails all of our different courses you have lifetime access to. I do 4 live webinars a week, every single week. You can access them ongoing, and you get access to all of our daily community events. So I'd love to see you on the other side, and you can access it by using the link in the description box below. So that's it for this topic today. I do want to note that if you do struggle with love addiction, you find yourself really moving through a lot of these symptoms and seeing this within yourself, you can dive into the Anxious Preoccupied Reprogramming course. It definitely targets love addiction at the subconscious level. You can run through it for free for 7 days using the link in the description box down below. And as you dive in there, if you want to go through the whole course in 7 days, if you cancel before the 7th day, you'll never be charged anything. And this is a great opportunity if you want to move through these things to understand the reprogramming tools. They're laid out for you in the workbooks. You can print them off and really dive in there and get your PDS journey started. And within that 7-day period, you'll also have access to all the courses inside PDS, the webinars with me 3 days a week, along with different attachment coaching webinars that we have. So we have a webinar almost every single day and social event almost every single day to build community, to connect with like-minded people, to go through this journey with others so you're not having to go through it alone, and get lots of access to ongoing support on a daily basis as you're working through your course progression. So that's it for today. Thank you so much for watching here. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please hit the thumbs up button or the notification bell so you don't miss any of the daily content here. And I really appreciate you being here and watching. And let me know any other questions you have in the comments down below.
Guys, welcome to my channel. Today I'm going to be talking about the only cure to relationship addiction. Watch this video. Hello everybody, welcome to my channel. If you're new, please click the little subscribe button and the bell to receive notifications when I release new videos. And if you've been with me for a while, thank you so much and welcome back. I, in my opinion anyway, by doing this work for lots of years now and being in this situation myself, I know that in my opinion, there is only one way to heal relationship addiction. Now, I know you're probably thinking I'm going to say no contact. That's actually not what I'm going to say. That's part of it, but that's not the bigger part. No contact is one way to get yourself unhooked, but it doesn't get you emotionally unhooked completely. The other thing I want to just say briefly is a lot of people say, like with heartbreak and things like this, time will heal it. And that is not true. It's a myth. Time does not heal traumatic bonds. Time is great to heal the heart and to heal, memories, but it doesn't heal these toxic bonds or trauma bonds or relationship addiction. What does is trauma healing. So for me, what has healed me time and time again from anything and everything in my life is inner child work. But more than that, or let's say no, the same as that, is consciousness. When I give myself to this work, this spiritual work, it's the front runner of my life. And there's a very specific reason, because definitely it's a calling and I feel so passionate about it. And I feel so connected to it and I feel so called to do it as it is a calling, but also because it makes me totally independent from any other thing that could take my attachment, that could take a part of my power, right? We oftentimes give our power away to the wrong places, and when we give it back to spirit, and we give it back to purpose, and we give it back to consciousness and our conscious practices, we are winning. We are in our power. We're anchoring into ourself, our true self, because the truth of who we are is souls having human experiences, right? So what I've learned is it's very counterintuitive at the beginning. But if you're somebody who finds yourself in a trauma bond or a codependency or a narcissistic relationship or just a relationship that's toxic, where it's push-pull, you don't know where they stand, you're on eggshells, there's uncertainty in your love because it's not really true love, right? If you're someone that finds themselves in this position, it's because there are voids inside of your own heart that need to be healed. In my monthly membership last week, it's mind-blowing. Our tribe right now is mind-blowing. If you guys want to find your community, please check out the Truth Room. It is my favorite thing to look forward to now every single Friday, to be with my tribe. But our talk last week was so intense and incredible and healing. And our 1 hour went into 2 hours. And we've been doing that the last few weeks because after the first hour, we get really tapped in and miracles start happening and group healings occur. So this week, the theme that popped up for me was what happens in many people's hearts who suffer from codependency, which I think is an unhealed empath or a highly sensitive person who was invalidated. We fall into codependent patterns. And what the message usually is at the baseline is, I don't trust my heart because I've loved people who've hurt me. And as I melted that for the group this week, I came into this really beautiful insight that when we're in a codependent relationship with, say, a narcissist, it's the same wound expressed opposite, right? It's a void of self and power. It's an avoidance of self. Narcissists and codependents are kind of in addiction, right? Narcissistic people are addicted to attention and they're addicted to the supply that fills the voids. They don't have to be with their negative emotion, which is a loss of self. And codependent people were taught that you're selfish to think about self, so they give up themselves for others. So they're looking for others to fill themselves, right? So what we need to do to heal these emotional, let's say, addictions or dependencies is to fill it with our own consciousness, with our own self, with our own higher power, with our own higher calling. I feel so lucky to be able to do this work in the world because it fills me so deeply. And when I get away from my work for even like a week, I'm like, oh gosh, I am missing it. I'm in love with it. It is my number one passion. And our number one passion has to be our spiritual practice. It has to be our path if we're going to heal this. Because as we fill ourselves with our own consciousness, by raising our own vibration, by, I know this might annoy some of you, massive amounts of self-care. I had a client tell me last week, she's like, Candace, I do self-care all the time, blah, blah, blah. She's like, I'm ridiculous. It doesn't work. I said, okay, I hear that you've done the actions of self-care, but now you're bashing yourself and you're judging yourself and you're destroying yourself. That isn't self-care. So you're missing the boat on the most important piece, which is the hardest for all of us, which is turning down the volume on that inner critic. The inner critic wants to always find what's wrong with us, so we run back to the addiction. See, I need that, right? I had to call myself out on this years and years and years ago when I was like, hold on a minute. I'm doing all the things, but then why am I being mean to myself in the process? Because that's the last piece of the puzzle. Oh, I have to self-partner and be my own best friend. Listen, that emotional pull, that emotional addiction is extremely intense. And I've been doing a lot of videos on this lately and a lot of blogs about this lately because it feels like air, like you need it to breathe. You need that contact to be like, right? It feels that crazy sometimes. But I'm going to let you know that the more distance, this is why no contact is also important, the more distance you get away from that drug of choice person, the more you start to kind of forget because it's about the hit. It's not about the love or the connection. It's about that hit. And what you can start to do is fill it with you. I do a ton of inner child work when I go through any kind of trigger, right? We always need inner child work. So our inner child is a major part of our lives. And if we don't integrate with her or him, we're feeling separate, which makes us feel that void. So we always have to bring her or him closer, which means no criticism. Love, more love, not less. And when we do the inner child work, meaning you go inside yourself and you ask them to come forward. You beg them to be part of your moment. Sometimes they don't want to come to you because they've been ignored for so long and they're afraid to show up because they think there's something wrong with them. It's their fault that you feel bad, all these things. But if you are constant, consistent with your connection to you, and you show up every day and ask for them to come forward, eventually they do, because all they really want is acknowledgement and all they really want is you. So what we get to do is kind of self-parent or reparent our traumas. Say, I'm with you. I want you to come with me. I'm interested in you. There's really nothing you ever did wrong. And it has to come from a place of really getting it. And until it does, it's not going to feel right, but do it anyway until it starts feeling good. And then you can ask your inner child, you know, I just want to be you. I just want to do what you want to do. I just want your preferences. Many people have issues with this stage of it because we were taught as kids that our preferences were wrong or not okay or not good enough or no. And, you know, I'll share with you guys these personal things. I think it's kind of huge. One time when I was doing an inner child exercise, I was watching my inner child. She was 2. And then she came to me at 5. So the 2-year-old and the 5-year-old were really trying to get my attention. And they showed me like visions of my 11-year-old self too. So there was like, you know, some stuff going on in there. And I looked at the 2-year-old and she was like blank, like wearing all white, not much color, not much expression, just looked like this little cute angel girl. But she was afraid to do anything. She didn't want to do anything wrong. And she wanted like permission to know what she should do because she was so afraid that whatever she did, it wasn't going to be right. And I thought that was really interesting. And then by 5, my 5-year-old came to me and she was all decked out in this really cute matchy outfit, which I still like to do, and colorful. And I was asking her what's new. And she was, I found a lot of my hobbies. I'm very self-expressed. I'm going to show you. And it was really interesting, the difference. And I saw both of them living inside of me, and it was so beautiful. And so I took the 5-year-old and I put her on the 2-year-old. I told the 2-year-old, everything that you desire is totally okay. There is no wrong. Just do whatever you feel. And she started to smile, and all these colors came out. She was wearing pink and purple. And it was interesting. And I thought, wow, she needed my permission to know that whatever she wants, whatever she prefers, will never be wrong with me. Maybe with other people it was, but it would never be wrong with me. And so I'm sharing that with you because when we give ourselves, our inner children, permission to shine, they fill us. That is the void within us. That's why many of us look for a mom or a dad figure in our significant others. It fills you. You're filling yourself with your own inner love, your own consciousness. When you're children, you're extremely innocent. You're extremely close to the divine. You haven't been super programmed yet. So that part of you is that conscious part of you that starts to ease into you. And if you keep choosing you over the addictive person or over the distractions from itself, but you keep choosing you start to become more strong in you. You start to feel more whole in you. And it's not easy. The first few days, the first few weeks, you might have like spikes of excitement because you're like, whoa, this feels way better than anything else. And then you'll drop back into, well, what is he doing? What is she doing? I should go look. I'm kind of bored. Great, you're bored. Go to the store and get some paints. Great, go make an appointment with your hairdresser. Great, go hang out with your friends. Distract yourself from that addiction. And when you do that and you continue over and over to choose you, and not self-criticize, but look at how beautiful you were at those ages and bring that part of you into you and heal those memories by reparenting. It's so amazing. Obviously, if you need help with this, find a coach. I'm available as well. You can find all that below. I love guiding people through this. I especially love guiding groups. So if you want to check out my Truth Room every Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific time, check that link below as well. I hope this serves you well. I hope you'll share it with at least one more person who needs this message. Guys, we can break our emotional addictions by filling ourselves with our own consciousness and doing the inner child work. It is mandatory. We can't just wait it out. Time is not going to heal this. We need to do that inner work. It's super important, and I will put my life on this message because it's really healed me a lot. So if you have any questions or comments, please write them below. Please check all the links. Please share this with one person. Please subscribe if you haven't already. And I hope you guys have an amazing week. Namaste.
Dear Lisa, I am a love addict and I am addicted to relationships. The last relationship I had almost killed me. I am watching your videos and I realize I am most likely in withdrawal. I have struggled with eating disorders in the past, but this seems so much harder. Any insights would be appreciated. So today we're going to be talking about relationship withdrawal, love addiction withdrawal, and why it is so difficult to heal from this type of an addiction. I have my own theory. I am somebody who I believe was a love addict. I believe that love addiction, like Pia Melody believes, is rooted in abandonment, the fear of abandonment. If you have a fear of abandonment, that means that you've been abandoned. Hello, you know what it feels like. If you have been bitten by a dog, you have a fear of dogs because the dog bit you and you have an experience of pain. And your brain is designed to avoid pain. And the brain is designed to remember painful events. Why? So you can avoid them in the future. The problem is that we are stuck focusing on the pain. We are stuck trying to avoid future painful events, and we're not operating consciously, so we really don't understand the mechanisms by which we're operating. And so when we come from homes where we have experienced abandonment, we become adults that have attachment issues. We attach to everything. In some cases, we attach to nothing, which is also very sad, obviously. But when we are people who are codependent and we have suffered from abandonment trauma and attachment trauma, that means that we haven't received this something that we needed. And this something that we needed, in my opinion, is rooted in our need to survive. So it's rooted in our innate survival mechanism. I am designed, and you are designed as tiny little infant human beings, as newborns, to come and to secure a healthy attachment. You come, this innocent little fragile newborn, completely dependent upon the people who have created you, right? And so you come into this world needing these people. Needing what? Needing to be fed, needing to be sheltered, needing to be, go to a doctor and be taken care of. But what will secure your ability long time to survive, really, which will enhance it, is being able to connect with others, right? And so when you come into this world and you experience abandonment, when you are born to a mother who for whatever reason cannot connect to you, when you are given up for adoption, when you are pushed around in foster care, when you are taken from your mother or taken from your family for any reason and separated from your family, especially, before the age of 1, where there has been this attachment break, when you are unable from the beginning, once you left your mother's womb. Remember, when you were in your mother's womb, everything was taken care of for you, even the temperature of the water that you were in, right? Everything was taken care of. You were fed, you were warm, everything was taken care of. Once you're born, you are now completely dependent on those outside of you. And so when those connections go awry, when your brain is sensing, things aren't the way they should be, when you go from being in a beautiful, peaceful experience of the womb, and let's face it, some of us were downloaded for dysfunction even before we left the womb, right? Studies are proving that our mother's state, vibrational state, mental state, emotional state, chemical state, biological state, psychological state affect us in the womb. Studies are proving that more and more. However, when you come from this womb experience and you leave the womb and you are completely dependent upon these people outside of you and they fail you for whatever reason, right? This isn't a pin the tail on the donkey video. This is like, can we just explain why it's so hard to recover from relationship addiction video? And the reason you're not crazy if you are finding it more difficult to heal from a relationship addiction than alcoholism, or you're finding it more difficult to heal from your relationship addiction than some other type, from a shopping addiction or whatever. Because in my opinion, this is the way I look at it, is that relationship addiction is tied to abandonment. And the deeper you have been abandoned, the more you will crave attachment. And so in line with all of that, when you've experienced abandonment, by the time that you're 3, and especially by the time that you're 5, by the time you've developed language, your little mind has already begun trying to understand and make sense of why mommy doesn't love me, or why daddy left me, or why mommy left me, or why is my older sister mean to me, or why is this house so cold, and why is this house so loud, and why doesn't anybody see me, why doesn't anybody love me? Most children assume it's their fault because they're subjective and they're not objective. And all children pretty much suffer Stockholm syndrome, meaning that, we love the people who abuse us. We don't know that it's them. We think it's us. And I think there's a default safety measure in that, as dysfunctional as it is. When a child assumes it's their fault, then on some level, the child also assumes that they're going to be able to fix it. So this offers the child a little bit of hope, I think, is that one day I'll fix it. But that one day I'll fix it, this fantasy that one day mommy's going to see me, that one day daddy's going to come home, whatever the case may be, that fantasy thinking creates codependency. And what we do then is we don't recognize that below the veil of consciousness, we don't feel worthy and we feel guilty and we carry shame. So we have a brain that's in pain because of shame. And we don't realize that below the veil of consciousness, we have a narrative that's running, this tape that's running, I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough. And below that, we have these innate needs to bond with our tribe, or to bond, or to gain a secure attachment that was frustrated before we were turned a year old in a lot of cases. And so below the veil of consciousness, we have all these mechanisms, right? Pain versus pleasure. It is good to bond and it's bad to be alone, right? And so we run from the pain and we do what we think is going to bring us pleasure, which is bond. Now, when we are codependent and when we come from dysfunctional homes, what we don't realize is that we are seeking other people's approval. We want to feel validated. We want to gather this attachment. And oftentimes we end up becoming rescuers. We end up becoming fixers. And we think, I'm not worthy for you to love me, but if I fix you and take care of you, maybe you'll see worth in me. And this creates a dynamic. Now, when we are codependent, we end up rescuing people, seeking their validation, and we end up in poor relationships, right? I know people who are in codependent relationships, they're going to die in their codependent relationships. Okay, that's their comfort zone. I was somebody that once I realized that I was in a codependent relationship, I needed to get out. I wanted my ex-husband to take the journey with me. He refused, right? So guess what? In my humble opinion, he is right back in another codependent relationship. Okay, that's fine. That's his life and that's what he's going to do. I chose another life. But the reason it's so difficult to heal our addiction to other people is because we have suffered abandonment in childhood. And on top of that, when you suffer abandonment, you suffer shame. And when you suffer shame, you suffer from blame. You think it's your fault. And so you are wired to seek relationships. Very oftentimes, you are doing nothing but recreating the patterns from childhood. So if your father was abusive, if your brother was abusive, if your mother was abusive, think about the person from your past that abused you the most and ask yourself, the people that I've dated in the past, have the people that I've dated or married, or maybe even my friends or coworkers, do they at all match or mimic the vibrations or the patterns of the people who have abused me in my past? Do I feel the same as a 50-plus-year-old female in this relationship as I did when I was 12 and dealing with my sister, or how I felt when I was, dealing with my mother and I was 6 or 7 or whatever? What you'll begin to notice is that childhood patterns are repeating themselves. We have to understand that life is holographic, that our patterns will repeat. The most wonderful thing, and I'm working on my 7th book and hopefully the manuscript will be ready soon, but the most wonderful thing about being a human being is that you have consciousness, that once you see the pattern, you can change the pattern. That's when you need a lot of help, you need a lot of support, because the subconscious mind is always trying to pull you back into old patterns. The brain likes patterns. The brain likes the familiar. That too is going to make relationship withdrawal difficult, because every cell in your being is craving a connection with this other. And this person, this other, I think it's so interesting that if you look at the word other, or if you look at the word mother, you find the word other in the word mother. And so this other very oftentimes mirrors your mother, or the way you showed up in your relationship with your mother, or how your mother showed up in the relationship with you as a child. It's so interesting. And if you're a parent, that'll sock you right between the eyes when you start thinking about your relationship with your children. Trust me, let me tell you, eating humble pie plenty of times in my life. But relationship addiction is very difficult to withdraw from. Relationship withdrawal is difficult because of all of these reasons. But I feel that the more you know about why you feel the way you feel, the easier it is to become liberated from these ideas. So you're not crazy if you've suffered from other types of addiction, but relationship addictions got you good and it's hard for you to move forward. Absolutely, absolutely, because it's tied to your survival. It's tied to what's happening in terms of pain versus pleasure. All the things that I mentioned, this is why it's so difficult. My name is Lisa Romano. I'm the Breakthrough Life Coach and best-selling author, and I've created an online program that can help you and parents who are struggling with codependency, who do not want to reinforce this pattern in their own children's lives. Or if you're codependent and you keep attracting narcissistic others, or if you're a child from an alcoholic home, or if you're a child of narcissistic parents, I've created a 12-week breakthrough coaching program that can help you get to the bottom of it, help you heal yourself, and help you learn how to show up as your authentic self. Finally break through these patterns that have been keeping you stuck for so long. And if you'd like to listen to one of my books for free, you can do that. Just click one of the links below. Namaste, everybody. Until next time. Bye for now.
Hi, dear ones. Lisa A. Romano here, and I've been asked to talk about love addiction, codependency, and to give my opinions on what I feel about codependency and love addiction. I believe that they are one and the same. I believe that codependents very often exhibit lots of symptoms that same symptoms that love addicts exhibit. So a love addict is someone who is in love with the idea of being loved by someone else. A love addict is someone who is in love with the idea, or has a fantasy, or is attached to a fantasy that is rooted in the idea or the concept of being loved by someone else. There are no facts. There's no proof. There's no evidence that they're actually being loved and cared for by someone else. It's a figment of their imagination. Love addicts in my coaching practice, and even in my own life experience, because I've been a love addict. I've been someone who's been in love with the idea of being swept off my feet. I've been in love with the idea of finding someone who gets me. I've been in love with the idea of finding someone that I could tell all my dreams to. And I have, also discovered that in my coaching practice, one-to-one, when my clients and I begin delving into their histories, it's really interesting to discover how many of us, male and females, used to fantasize as children about finding that one person that will love us endlessly and completely and unconditionally. And so I don't think that as adults we ever lose that fantasy type thinking or those fantasies attached with finding someone to love us. And unfortunately, we settle for what shows up. And if we're codependents and love addicts, what we do is we attract narcissistic others, which really puts us behind the eight ball because we're needy and we're seeking this fantasy type relationship. And very oftentimes, narcissists come into our lives and they know exactly what to say when we first meet them. So if you're a man, you'll find a woman who knows exactly what to say. She is highly sexual. She is highly attentive. She's sending you these texts all day long. You know, she's when she sees you, she's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and she can't wait to jump you bones. And you think you've hit the jackpot as a man. If you're a female, you are getting flowers sent to your office. You're getting letters in the mail. You're getting bouquets of flowers, laid on your bed. You're getting all sorts of compliments about how beautiful you are, and hey, does your boyfriend know how beautiful you are? Does your husband know how wonderful you are? Those types of comments. If you're a married love addict, unhappily married, and this is the thing, codependents and love addicts are very oftentimes unhappily married because they have unrealistic expectations of their loved ones, of their lovers. Unfortunately, love addicts and codependents are oftentimes insatiable. The love that they're looking for is a maternal love, is a love that they were supposed to receive as a child. Our mothers were supposed to, and fathers were supposed to shelter us, make us feel safe, and teach us that we were enough. You see, if you learn that you're enough by the time you're 3 or 4, then I'm good, I'm enough. Then when you're going out into life, you're not going out into life, hemorrhaging, looking for a mate. You're going out, you're selective now. If you're hemorrhaging, you ain't selective. You're settling for what shows up. If you're hemorrhaging, you're just looking for someone to stop the bleeding. So, I hope you get what I'm saying. If you're a whole person and you know that you're loved and you know that you're worthy, then when you start dating, you're interviewing these people. That's what I eventually learned to do. Thank the Lord. I
It's so
eventually
true
learned
what
that,
this says.
you
Crazy.
have to be good enough for me. Like, I know who I am. I know what I'm going to bring to the table. Like, I need to know if you're going to bring the same to the table. So when I finally healed,
Yeah, it's always
realized that
so crazy
what
to
I was
hear
looking
when they
for
sum up your
was some
life
type of
so
a
easily.
maternal love, was an unconditional love that I was supposed to receive by the time I was 3 or 4 that I never got. And then what happened was I attracted people into my life. My first boyfriend always compared me to other girls. My hair wasn't long enough. My nails weren't long enough. My legs weren't thin enough. I wasn't tall enough. I just wasn't enough. And that never stopped. I ended up attracting men into my life who found different ways of letting me know that I simply wasn't enough. And looking back, now I understand why. Because that I didn't feel enough. So all those relationships were projections of what I felt about myself. Why? Okay, why did I feel it about myself? Because that's what I learned to believe about myself from my parents. I never felt enough. My dad was a workaholic. I never felt enough for his validation or his time. My mom is an unrecovered adult child of an alcoholic. My dad's a child of an alcoholic. His mom committed suicide, so he has trouble with emotions. He's very stiff. He's an ex-marine, so feelings were like that's what sissies. He's macho. So there was a big void in me. So my mom's an unrecovered adult child of an alcoholic. I'm her oldest, and I'm sorry, but she was very critical and she was mean. And I never felt like I bonded with her. And she would tell people, Lisa and I have a personality conflict. How do you have a personality conflict with a 7-year-old? What? What? Who says that? But when you are a 27-year-old mom and you're having difficulty bonding with your 7-year-old child, and you're the adult child of an alcoholic who's never been loved, then you know that there's something wrong, but you aren't aware enough to understand that it's you. It's you have a problem with you. You're not bonded with self because you never bonded to your alcoholic mom. That's your mom's fault, obviously, but so my mom did not know, because she lives in denial, that the issue really wasn't between she and I. It was an issue that she was having with self. She wasn't bonded with self, so she couldn't bond to her child. So her mom didn't bond with her, so she didn't feel like she was enough. And her life got real rocky because she married another adult child of an alcoholic, and my dad gambled and whatever and was a workaholic. So she was a love addict and a codependent. So she thought being married, she was going to be fulfilled and the heavens were going to open. And she was going to clean and cook and take care of the house. And my dad was going to acknowledge her and pat her on the back. Good job, Pat. Good job. And that never came. And so she's frustrated and she has 3 kids. So here she is, an unfulfilled love addict, unfulfilled codependent, and she's ornery. And that's what happens when you're a codependent love addict and you're giving and you're giving and you're giving. And, you know, the program is, well, I'm going to take care of you and now you owe me. I'm going to take care of you and now you're going to pat me on the back. I'm going to take care of you because I'm seeking your validation. And so that's all below the veil, dear ones. It's all in this subconscious realm. We are people pleasers, those of us who are codependents and love addicts, and then we end up resentful because we're attracting people who do not see us, and we just keep giving and giving and giving and giving. And we're not getting anything back because we've attracted other adult children of alcoholics who are in denial. We've attracted people who are aloof, and they don't know what's going on. Like, you know, just feed them, and they're okay. You know, you can change your hair, they don't notice. You know, or you've married someone who's passive aggressive, or you've married someone who's love avoidant. And that's an interesting thing about when we are love addicts and codependents, we attract love avoidance, but when we first meet them, they're all over us. Like they can't get enough of us. And then the minute they have us, they want nothing to do with us. What is that? What is that? We got to stop this stuff. And the only way to stop this stuff is to love ourselves, really, really love ourselves, and to stop this madness. So in my opinion, I think love addicts are codependents and codependents are love addicts. We're in love with the idea of being loved. We're in love with the idea of having a relationship work, and we hang on to relationships that don't work. We attract people who are not good to us, and we stay in those relationships. The relationships become more important than how we feel about self. We are so fixated on making the relationship work, even when it's not working. We're trying so hard to be good enough and figure out what our partner needs. You know, trying to figure out, what are we doing wrong? Why is our partner so angry? Why can't we make them happy? And we never stop and say, wait a minute, am I happy? Does he care how I feel? Does she care what I think? Does she care what I need? I'm always wondering about what she needs. I'm always wondering about what he needs. And he's never happy. And I'm always saying, I'm sorry. What's up with that? So if you find yourself, dear one, in love with the idea of being in love, be careful about that. Be in love with yourself. Be in love with happiness first. Be in love with peace first. If you are in a troubling relationship, then there's something, and you keep trying to fix it, and your partner isn't interested in fixing it, then that's like trying to resuscitate a dead dog that's been dead a week. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't save a relationship by yourself. And if you think that by doing for other people, you're finally going to get that pat on the back, it's not going to happen. We have to get to a place. Now codependents and love addicts, in my opinion, we are natural empaths and we're natural givers. It's not within my nature not to give. It's not. I have to be able to give in a relationship. But this is what's changed. I'm remarried to a wonderful person, and I'm married to someone who is very much like me. He is a giver as well. And so I could not be in a relationship with someone who didn't naturally give back, because I learned the hard way. I was giving and giving and giving, and nothing was coming back. And then when I figured it out, oh, I've attracted a covert narcissist who's passive aggressive, who really enjoys being taken care of, and who never thinks about the way I feel. My ex-husband actually said that out loud. I never think about the way you feel. And I actually said, you said that out loud. You just said you never think about the way your wife feels. Do you know how effed up that is? We are supposed to care about how each other feel. We're supposed to be on the same page. Couples are supposed to share the same reality. And it's supposed to be a conducive, happy, loving, expanding reality. So often, so many of us, we feel like we are on one planet and our spouse is on the other planet. And for those of us who are codependent and love addicts, we're unhappy with that, but the narcissist couldn't give a damn. They're just happy. They're happy because they're getting their narcissistic ego supply met because we're confused and we're chasing after their ass. That's why it's a dysfunctional balance that works. And when we start getting in control of ourselves and we start acting more appropriately, that's when that crazy ass relationship stops working. And that's when the hell breaks loose. That's when the fireworks erupt. When you stop taking care of a narcissist, when you stop trying to fix something that the other person isn't interested in fixing, and you just say, okay, let it be. You know, this relationship's not working and you're not willing to work on it. And so, you know, I understand that in order for a relationship to work, we need two people. We need, you know, if this is the relationship, then, you know, in order for this relationship, which my hands symbolize the relationship, I need the right hand to work with the left hand. So it doesn't work if the relationship, if the two hands aren't working together, it's not going to work. So when you stop giving to a relationship, that in other words, if you say, okay, I'm going to give as much as you're going to give, and we'll see what happens, you know, and if you're willing to work, then I'm willing to work. But if you're not willing to work, then I'm not willing to work. And then this relationship's going to fall apart and it's going to get ugly. But I know the storm will pass. That's the thing, dear one. The storm passes, but you have to be willing to go through the storm to get to the other side. When you set boundaries when you're a codependent and a love addict, in the beginning, when you start to set boundaries, it's all internal. So it's up to us to like not throw ourselves into a relationship that's not working. If you're a narcissist or your partner says, I'll be home at 5, and they walk in the door at 9, and you're used to having dinner on the stove for them, let's say, and so they walk in at 9, they walk in at 10, they know the dinner's on the stove. No matter what time they told you they're going to come home for dinner, you have their dinner ready. When you wake up and you say, listen, it's a new day, so we've agreed that you'll come home for dinner at 5. Yeah, I'll be home at 5. Well, you always say that, dear one. You always say you're going to be home at 5, but most often it's like 7, 8, 9, or 10, and I usually have your dinner waiting for you. But I just want you to know today's a new day. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not having you. If you're not there at 5, I'll wait 10 or 15 minutes, but then the dinner's going in the garbage. Like I'm not waiting for you. I'm going to eat alone, or the kids and I are going to eat. And then when your partner walks in and they see that the dinner's not on the stove, expect some chaos, because your partner isn't getting their egotistical needs met by you feeding their need. So you say no more, they get ornery. Now you've got to be in a position mentally to say, okay,
She's giga mad.
all par for the course. I know this is going to
Something bad. Somebody treats her very bad.
in general are people who are in love with the idea of being in love. So a love addict is someone who stalks.
She was hurt a lot, and now that's her advice.
The object of their desire. They are like puppies, that little tiny puppies that are begging for someone to take them home. And no matter what the object of their desire says, that puppy is right behind them. You could tell this puppy.
It is true, but this is a critical situation. People that are far off from these kind of situations are gonna apply.
The next morning, looking for more abuse.
It's not gonna be good.
Hanging on for dear life. So if you are a love addict, then what you need to do is understand that you are more in love with the idea of being in love than you are with the idea than you are in touch with reality. If you are in an abusive relationship and you are being treated poorly, dear one, you is in a relationship in which you is being treated poorly. You're not in a loving relationship. And the goal is a loving relationship. Not your fault, dear one. If you're tolerating this type of abuse, that tells me that you were not loved the way you should have been when you were a little one, when you were a little innocent one. All of our issues are in the subconscious mind, which represents the female aspect of us. And what we have to do is use our thinking mind, which in my opinion represents the male aspect of us. The subconscious is the creation, and the conscious mind is the manifestation. And if we can go into the subconscious mind and we can see what the patterns are, we can see why we are attracted to narcissistic people, or we can see why we stay in dysfunctional relationships.
As if everyone is a narcissist.
Using the conscious mind,
the definition is changed.
Into the subconscious mind and learn to pluck out these.
It is changed, dude.
So for more information on how to heal this type of dynamic, I suggest you read a great book by Pia Mellody called Love Addiction. Pia Mellody is awesome when it comes to love addiction, and she has treatment centers all over the world. I believe Australia. She's on every continent. I could be mistaken. Don't quote me, but I know that she has facilities in California and Australia. So check out Pia Mellody's work. I suggest that highly. And for more information on the information that I have on love addiction and codependency, you can check out my website at www.healingselfesteem.com, and of course all my books. My books are all weaved with the ideas of codependency and love addiction, and how it gets created. The Road Back to Me, My Road Beyond the Codependent Divorce, Loving the Self-Affirmations, and Quantum Tools to Help You Heal Your Life Now. I'm having a bridge teleseminar coming up at the end of May. If you want to get in on that, please email me at lisaaRomano@gmail.com. Bye, everybody. Now.
Hello, my friends. Today's video is about love addiction and self-sabotage and how the two go together. Let's heal this. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're new, please click the little subscribe button and the bell to get notifications when I release new videos. And if you've been with me for a while, thank you so much and welcome back. I just want to mention the little join button right there. That is to become a YouTube membership member. Today, we're going to jump into the subject of love addiction and self-sabotage. I might also remind you of my disclaimer that's on my website. I am not a doctor. I'm not a licensed therapist. I am, in fact, a coach and healer. So along those lines, I share information based on a deeper understanding that I've gone through or I've had insight about And so you can take it or leave it. If it works for you, please apply it. If it doesn't, leave it there. And so today I want to talk about love addiction in the way that I define it is someone who leaves parts of themselves to find their identity or their power or their sense of self in a relationship. And that is the relationship becomes the band-aid, right? Whatever you want to call it, that's kind of the closest definition that I have for it. A lot of people call this codependency as well, which goes kind of together because they're both
She's so
a lack
angry
of
too.
self-love
Why
and a
are they
lack of
also angry?
true identity and worth within. So we project it onto another, and when that other person leaves or something happens to that relationship, we run to find another one to really heal that wound with a band-aid. But really what's underneath that love addiction wound is a missing sense of self, a missing sense of positive self-image or empowerment. And so we look to the other person, we project it onto another because we have not yet owned it in ourselves. So we are constantly addicted to this love relationship, right? I go deeper into that in a lot of my courses. So if you want more information on that, please go to my website, which is below, CandiceVandal.com. But for the point of this video, I want to just kind of cliff note it and say that if you find yourself in a pattern of always finding a sense of self or confidence in another, you're always kind of running to that relationship or that sexual dynamic, right? A lot of people say it can be sex addiction. I like to really go towards the love addiction because I'm really talking about an addiction to just being in a relationship, to finding that guy to save you or that girl to save you, right? Because men and women can both have this. And one of the reasons it never works, that self-sabotage dynamic, one of the reasons it never works is because when we truly find love, we sabotage that love. Or when we find these relationships, we're always messing it up. Why do we do that? There's a very specific reason. When I look at inner child work that I love to do, and I look at inner wounds, emotional wounds, the inner child inside you refuses to allow you to love someone else more than you love yourself. Take that in. It's not self-sabotage because you hate yourself or you don't think you deserve it. It's actually a form of sabotage because your inner child knows better than you. That's the wise one inside, the wise guy inside. It knows better than you. Your inner child refuses to allow any relationship to take priority over the one you have with your own inner child. And until you heal those inner child wounds, you will constantly attract unavailable partners or you attract relationships that you sabotage. And then you'll keep looking for another relationship. But the real relationship you need to be looking to is the one you have with you or lack thereof. That inner child healing that you're trying to band-aid with these relationships and this love addiction will never be healed through another. Thank God. Because then you'd always be dependent on that. And then you'd always be sort of in this up and down emotional roller coaster of your conditions because they can always change. And so you're always in this fear mode. The way we get really solid in ourselves is by doing that hard inner work to love ourselves deeply and completely before we ever try to navigate a relationship with another. Can you do it simultaneously while you're in a relationship? Yes, I have actually seen that happen. In fact, I'm one of those stories. You can heal your inner child if you're in a very loving, very understanding, patient relationship where you're being totally authentic about your inner wounds. When I met my husband 9 years ago, I was doing the inner child work and I said to him, hey, I'm a self-sabotager. Trying not to sabotage this relationship, but by outing myself about my relationship sabotage, I never sabotaged that one. Because my partner simply said, why would you do that? Let's talk about that. Let's not let that happen. Why don't you tell me when you have that trigger instead of doing that thing? You can find a partner who is understanding and patient and allows you to be your authentic you, not your perfect version of you, right? You have to be courageous and willing to show up as you are, not as you think you should be or not as you wish you were, but as you are. Getting real about how you feel is how you heal this dynamic. So I want to mention that to you guys. I have offerings, of course, to help you do that further. They're all in the links below in the subject. I am doing my inner work group coaching every other Thursday. You can check that out. I'm also doing my emotional rehab program right now. We are filling it up right now for enrollment for our July 1st class. So when you do that course, by the way, emotional rehab, people have often asked me, so I'm just going to put it in this video, what is the benefit and why is it different than others? I have amazing testimonials on my sales page, so you can check that out. But also the reason is that there's also a supportive community where you can just be who you truly are. And I'm hosting that community every single week while you're doing the course. And in fact, for the entire year, you can stay in that community because it's my gift to you during all the things that we're going on right now in our world. I believe community and support is really important. So I'm allowing you to stay in that group for the whole entire year. And I'm there every single week. So that is one of the benefits. The other benefit is learning how to be with your emotion and learning how to really reclaim your authenticity without fear and shame. So check that group out if you're interested. It's below. And for my weekly support group, my highly sensitive support group is called Truth Room Tribe. It is also down there. I hope you guys check out those links. I hope you share this video with anyone who you think it could help. I love you so much, and I will see you next week.
This is how someone can make you addicted to them according to science. To understand romantic obsession or any kind of addiction, you have to understand how dopamine works. Dopamine is your brain's go-getter. It doesn't get released when you're happy and content with your life and relaxed. It kicks in when something's new and exciting. It pushes you to explore, to chase, to desire something unfamiliar and what you don't have. This is why the early stages of love feel so exciting and that person is triggering that dopamine release. It's because everything is new and exciting. You might feel anxious because you don't know if you're going to be with this person, what's going to happen. However, studies show that it's normal for the longing and craving for the other person to decrease over time. A healthy relationship triggers other chemicals, such as oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins. These are chemicals that make you feel content and happy in the present moment, while dopamine makes you chase. However, that only happens when love is two-sided, when love is mutual, when love is healthy and it's stable. However, in unhealthy relationships, in one-sided kind of love, in toxic relationships, in roller coasters, that's when dopamine gets released. That's when you have this roller coaster of emotions because you're still chasing something. Remember this, you can't crave something that you already have. The person that is making you feel addicted to them cannot actually be yours, for you to be addicted to them or crave them or for dopamine to kick in. They need to be unavailable. They need to be one-sided, only you love them, they don't reciprocate. Or maybe they are there, but they're not offering you stability, or they're not making you feel loved or appreciated, or they give you breadcrumbs, and they give you like these little glimpses of love, so you don't even know when you're gonna get it, if you're gonna get it, how you're gonna get it. So they're like those gambling machines, that you never know, are you gonna get it, are you not gonna get it? So that's how addiction gets created. There's something in psychology called partial reward schedule. They need to be giving you something inconsistently and infrequently. And this is exactly what happens with love addictions. You're getting so much dopamine just from the anticipation of getting even a little breadcrumb, that it becomes so pleasurable when you get it. But the reason why it's so pleasurable is one, the anticipation, and dopamine gets created in the anticipation actually, not when you get it the most. And then also because the lows are so low that it makes the highs seem way, way higher because you're traveling this maybe
He had some
double
RNG
distance
going on,
compared
like
to a
cast
stable
a spell
relationship where there's
randomly.
good moments, if that makes sense. Studies show that the addictive qualities of love or obsession can also come into play during breakups or when someone experiences romantic rejection. And there's a study that shows that the brain parts that get activated during drug cravings also get activated during rejection. So now that you understand how dopamine and cravings and addiction works, you can be more careful when choosing someone that is taking you through this roller coaster of emotions, someone that's unavailable. It's really important for you now to do a dopamine detox, to stop chasing dopamine. Be careful not to get caught in this chase for dopamine and to instead go to stable relationships that make you feel safe and comfort, relationships that trigger chemicals that make you appreciate the here and now, such as oxytocin and endorphins instead of dopamine. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments. And if you have any questions and you want a personalized video response for them, you can join my Patreon community. Bye.
I'm Alan Robarge, a relationship coach. Welcome to Improve Your Relationships, where I like to talk about attachment injuries and healing attachment trauma. And this video is about burn the bridge, say goodbye, end once and for all, and not to keep getting caught up in the on-again, off-again relationship. Most of the time, what's happening for many of us who have attachment injuries and unintegrated attachment trauma is that intimacy can trigger some attachment distress, emotional closeness and intimacy, and then the separation from intimacy and the separation of emotional connection can trigger our anxiety and our distress. And we can't manage this. It's extreme. And if a relationship ends and we find ourselves freaking out and we find ourselves longing and lonely, and we can even feel the emergency, the urgency of attachment distress, which is get back together, I got to get back together. And so then we try to return to the old relationship, to reconnect with the old person, the old pattern, even though we know we do not want to be in this relationship. We know that this person is not the right person for us. So what is meant by this idea of burning a bridge? It means coming clean, coming into integrity, calling out your own game playing and being direct with your partner. Now, it's only advisable to do this if that you have a reasonably safe partner and that this is not about an abuse situation. If that's the case, you might need to tell a friend to come into integrity. You might need to write it in a letter, imagining you're going to give it to your partner, but you don't. But the idea of burning the bridge is to come clean and be direct, very clear about you don't want to be in relationship with this person. And one way to do that is to openly admit and reveal that you're playing games and that you're out of integrity, and that in so many days when you cannot handle your own anxiety, your own panic, your own fear, you will doubt yourself. And you will not be able to maturely handle your own feelings. And you will implode into a very immature place of needing this other person, needing the partner to take care of you and to make you feel safe and loved and connected. Now, that need, the desire for that, is perfectly fine and beautiful. The challenge and the problem is that in order to act on it, we have to deny or suspend reality that we're trying to get that from someone that we ultimately know that we do not want to be in relationship with. And then we confuse ourselves and we start thinking, well, maybe I do want to be in relationship with this person. You know, it's just so hard to tell. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Yes, I do. No, I don't. We keep ourselves in a state of confusion because we're not quite able to let go, to manage, to say that I can take care of myself. I can totally let go of this relationship. I can let go of this other person because I can take care of myself. One way to burn the bridge is to tell your partner that when you call and you're acting like a salesperson, you're trying to sell the relationship, you're saying, let's get back together. Even for some of us, it moves in the direction of begging and pleading. And I really think we need to get back together. And you keep calling, you keep texting until eventually either the person responds back or perhaps your partner's doing this to you and you respond back. And so here you have two people who are being very dishonest with each other. And so burning the bridge means very directly saying, I'm out of integrity, I'm being dishonest, and I don't really want to be with you. I'm just expecting you to make me feel better and manage my distress and my anxiety and my panic around fear of abandonment and around rejection. And even if we both end consciously, and if we end, we know very clearly we're two adults ending a relationship, I will interpret this as a rejection, and I can't handle that. And because I'm unable to be direct and honest with my own feelings, I'm going to expect you to take care of me and to take care of my feelings. So I am sharing this with you directly. I'm blurting it out. I'm letting you know that I am dishonest when I keep returning to say, please, let's get back together. I'm dishonest when I text you and say, I'm thinking of you, maybe we should meet up and have coffee. I'm being dishonest when we go get coffee and I start telling you that I think we can make this work. It's based upon a delusion and a lie, and I'm trying to suck you into my own lie. And this is the foundation of our relationship. And we have been doing this to each other for months and months and years, on again, off again, on again, off again, and I can't do this. And included in burning the bridge, in creating this ending of letting you know that my behavior, when I reach out to you and I make this great declaration of how I adore you and I love you and I need you so much, that's an expression of my neediness. That's not an authentic expression of how I feel about you. I cannot handle the depths of my own neediness. So I project that onto you, and I'm hoping that you will collude with me. You'll play this game with me to make me feel better. And when I do this, it's not necessarily true that I really love you at this level or that I really want to be in relationship with you, because we know the writing's on the wall. We have been to this place before, which means we don't have the skill. We simply don't have the skill. We are in denial. We are trying to deny the truth that we do not have the skill to end. And we create distraction and diversion, say, well, we could learn the skill and we could change and you could change and I could change. And what's underneath it, what's fueling it, is the attachment anxiety, the attachment distress. And quite honestly, I can't be alone. Because if I'm alone, I equate that to abandonment or abandonment feelings from my history, abandonment feelings from attachment trauma, attachment injuries from my history gets activated. And in that moment, I'm not dealing with that I want to get back together with you, or I think that we could be in a relationship. I'm just trying to manage the activation of this attachment trauma. And I'm trying to manage the activation of the abandonment wound waking up. And it's in those moments that I reach out to you. Not because I really ultimately want to be in relationship with you. I just want you to do a job and make me feel safe and make me feel better, because I'm unable to look at that directly and do that for myself. Or to go out in the world and find a secure, safe partner who's loving and has a different set of skills, and I can practice a different set of skills with that other person, the new relationship. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to text you tonight, and I'm going to pursue you and seek out. I'm going to play this game to see if I can just get back to a place of, I'm going to get a sense of comfort even when you remotely say, yeah, we can try again. And then it's a temporary sense of relief, because 3 days later, a week later, we all know we're not good together, but we want to play the game. So burning the bridge means I'm going to be direct about really the intention underneath this, and also to have a boundary to say, let's block each other on our phones. Let's get rid of each other's phone number. Let's get rid of email. Let's block each other on email. Let's stop communicating. Let's have a good 6 months. We're not going to connect. And if we can change our phone numbers, change our email addresses, then that creates one added layer to help and assist us. And also to tell your partner directly, stop taking my calls. Even when I text you, even when I call you, please know that I'm really not sincere when I do this. There's a dishonesty going on, and in order to burn the bridge, I'm coming clean about this. Now here's the last part. If you're in a relationship that's abusive, and your partner is abusive or manipulative and likes to twist your words, cannot handle honesty or the truth, and likes to be manipulative and use your words against you, well, obviously you're not going to share this with your partner. But you could pick a friend, and potentially it would be really helpful if you pick someone where there's a certain degree of embarrassment, where you purposefully, in the spirit of goodness, so I don't mean, like shaming yourself, but if there's a little healthy embarrassment when you reveal that you are engaging in this pattern and that you're acting like this, and that helps expose us. So burning the bridge means be transparent, expose yourself, be open, be obvious that you're playing this game. And what's really at stake here is you're finding comfort around your own attachment distress and being able to manage your anxiety. And when you can't manage your anxiety, you reach out to the other partner. I hope that this is helpful. Thank you for watching this video. If you like it and want to see others just like it, please subscribe to this YouTube channel. You can also learn more about me and the community membership website that I'm creating at my website, which is alanrobarge.com. Thank you for watching.
Have you ever found yourself trapped in a cycle of relentless thoughts about someone? Maybe it's an ex who broke your heart, or a crush who doesn't reciprocate your feelings. Whatever the case, obsessing over someone can be mentally exhausting and emotionally draining. But fear not, because there are ways to untangle yourself from this mental web and regain your peace of mind. Here are some psychology-backed strategies on how to stop obsessing over someone. Recognize the illusion. Obsession happens when we project our desires onto someone who's unavailable and over-idealize them. Realistically, you probably know only about 10% of who that person truly is, and then you fill in the rest. And it's that 90% that you're actually obsessed with. You long for someone that doesn't exist. The idea, potential, and the fantasy of what could be. And perhaps you don't even really want them. Perhaps you simply want them to want you. To break free from this illusion, reflect on what underlying needs or insecurities might be driving your obsession. Are you seeking validation, acceptance, or a sense of belonging through your fixation on this person? By gaining insight into the deeper motivations behind your behavior, you can address these needs in healthier ways, like through self-validation, building strong relationships with friends and family, or seeking professional therapy. Embrace reality. Ever caught yourself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts about that special someone, replaying conversations, or imagining future scenarios? Mindfulness can be a powerful antidote to obsessive thinking. Take some time each day to practice mindfulness meditation or activities that can help you focus on being present in the moment, like painting, journaling, running, dancing, or playing music. When intrusive thoughts about the person pop up, acknowledge them without judgment and gently guide your attention back to the present. By grounding yourself in the here and now, you can disentangle from obsessive thoughts and find peace within yourself. Do an emotional detox. When you're obsessed with someone, you probably have compulsive behaviors that reinforce and intensify the cycle of obsession. For example, stalking them on social media, rereading your conversations, and replaying imagined scenarios in your head. Just as you cleanse your body with a detox, it's essential to detoxify your mind from thoughts and emotions that no longer serve you. Start by setting boundaries for yourself. Unfollow them on social media. Stop bringing them up in conversations and limit your interactions with them. Create some distance to help you heal and find better things to fill your life with, like learning a new skill, focusing on your friends and family, or pursuing something you're passionate about. Cultivate radical self-love. When we harbor doubts about our worthiness or desirability, we may seek validation and fulfillment externally, fixating on others to fill the void within ourselves. But once we cultivate more love, acceptance, and compassion towards ourselves, we begin to recognize that our worthiness does not hinge on the approval or affection of others. Radical self-love is a powerful antidote to obsession, as it shifts our focus inward towards nurturing our own happiness and well-being. So create a self-care routine to practice daily. Practice positive affirmations or self-love and self-worth, and engage in more activities that bring you joy and fulfillment. Let go of attachment. Obsessive thoughts often arise from a resistance to accepting reality as it is. Practice the art of detachment by letting go of the need to control outcomes or force closure with the person you're obsessing over. Accept that you may never get all the answers or closure you desire, and focus instead on finding peace within yourself. Embrace uncertainty as a natural part of life and trust that you have the strength to navigate whatever comes your way. Seek support. Don't hesitate to lean on your support system during this time, whether it's friends, family, or a therapist. Having someone to talk to can provide valuable insight and perspective. Their support, or even just their presence, can remind you that you don't have to overcome this struggle alone, and they can be a safe space for you to explore your feelings and discover healthier ways of relating to others. So, did you learn anything valuable from this video? Do you have any tips of your own on how to overcome an obsession? Share your insights in the comments down below. Subscribe to our channel for more insightful content on personal growth and psychology, like how to detach yourself from someone you love. Don't forget to like and share this video before you go. Thanks for watching.
What was the last video? And I didn't learn a thing. It feels so bad. That feels bad, man. So, I don't know. I gotta start meditating. I still don't know how to do it. My meditation muscle is so weak. All my thoughts scatter. Let's see how long it's gonna take until... Yeah. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, guys.